my song. The wrongers feel that they have it right, that they are correct, so they want to fight. Is it right once the lead and show them the way? They get more confused each and every day. They offer Judaism and reaction to show these our brothers their dirty works to do. Turn them into robots, puppets on a string. They kill their own sisters and they don't care a thing. In this care time, oh no, I say they preaching war. The way they kill them for. One of them tourists and luring, singing one of them tourists and luring. One of them tourists and luring. One of them tourists and luring. In a revolution there will be progress, peace, sorrow and fun. Listen to my song. The joy of the end will be mixed with tears, bitter and sweet as we move along. The genuine ones stand firm to the end. We overstand that we must defend. But in 1980, the 19th of June, imperialism on that afternoon, you raise your cruel hand, and innocent blood gets shed. And no Bernadette, Doris, and Doreen are all dead. It is their time. Oh no, I say they preaching war. Say where they kill them for. One of them Doris and Doreen. One of them Doris and Doreen. One of them Doris and Doreen. Singing one of them Doris and Doreen. Look where they do to Alista. Tell me where they do that for. Alista blood was innocent blood. Rupert Bishop, he was innocent too. I said innocent blood spilling Angola. Innocent blood spilling Jamaica. Innocent blood spilling Havana. Innocent blood spilling Grenada. Innocent blood in Guatemala. Innocent blood in Nicaragua. Innocent blood in El Salvador. Innocent blood spilling Vietnam.
Stop the tribal war. Stop the tribal war. I see the wall is scar. The poor people was going in a car. They got them gun and they open fire. I see the murder on the land. I see the murder on the land. The black people, you should never fight. Sometimes you know you got to keep in your right. I say to go there with the tribal war. Yeah, go there with the tribal war. They should keep on shooting everybody down. You keep on shooting everybody down. Until they say you wouldn't see the rising sun. Until they say you wouldn't see the rising sun.
A restaurant innocent blood. Even Charles' blood was innocent blood.
I said to love your little brother like you love your little sister. Love your little brother like you love your little sister. I said to keep loving everyone. I said to keep loving everyone. Say everyone got to deal with love. Say everyone got to deal with love. The people in a Grenada, I feel alright. The people in a Grenada, and I'm going for us to fight. I say we got to get it right. I tell you, say we got to get it right. Say I just at the control tower. Say I just at the microphone. Say keep on loving each and every day. Say keep on loving each and every day. You hear what the brother would say. I tell you, say you hear what the brother would say. You got to come and down and love me each and every time, as I would say. Yeah, you know. Diddly pam 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 titty pam pam dance in the dance. Diddly pam 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 titty pam pam dance in the dance. We got to stick together in any kind of weather. We got to come and down 'cause we are brought up one feather. Yeah.
Me and you over radio station that dread over trouble of them by revolution.
It's true I am dreadlocks are not your canker me say. Long live blade of dread. Yeah. Revolution.
Praises on the
Long live up your Oh yeah. Not the canker me say you can say. Oh yeah. A long time never seen a T-Dread so happy. A long time never seen a T-Dread so gay. Babylon fall not T-Dread lots of free of a country. One a man one not T-Dread in a PRA. Natty flying high, so high. Natty flying high, jumping up a giant natty high. Natty dreadlocks jump up and say, the Rastafari, yeah. Oh yeah, I tell you it's a long time never seen Natty dread so happy. No way, and it's a long time never seen Natty dreadlocks so gay. We tell you the Babylon fall, not the dreadlocks are free of a country. One a man done, not the dread in a PRA. Babylon a burn, Babylon a burn. Fire me, I say him a run. Babylon a run, but him not get away. No way, dreadlocks say. Not the dreadlocks are conquered. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Long time never seen a dread so happy. No way. A long time never seen a T so gay. Why? Because I said the OBM man used to press Natty down in a country. Yeah. But Natty up with the gun and the dread in a PRA. So children are rejoice, rejoice. Children are rejoice. See the light that comes, they rejoice, rejoice. Rastaman rejoice at the hour of your freedom. German say freedom, oh yeah. Rasta long time never seen a T-Dread so happy. No way. A long time never seen a T-Dread so gay. Why? Tell them that long time, not the dreadlocks, no happy, no happy. Long, long time.
Okay. A pleasant good evening to everyone. My name is John Kellis, co-hosting with Val Gordon Williams this evening. I welcome you to a special presentation on the event of October 19th put on by the Friends of the Revolution and Human Rights for Human Rights in the UK. And tonight, before we bring in our Val, I would just like to play the national anthem of Grenada, and I will hand it over to Sister Val Gordon. Thank you very much. Oops. Okay. All right, sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that. Are you hearing me now? Everybody hearing me clearly? Just give a thumbs up. Sorry about that. Again,
it's much better now.
Much better now? Okay, very good. So I'm gonna play the national anthem of Grenada right now. So take it from here. Oops. No. Sorry about that. Okay. We have like a thing back here, and I would like to play it over. Okay. Okay, let's find it. Oops. Let's go ahead. Oh boy, let me just mess up right there. Okay, Val?
Yes?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. I just want to wait.
Well, good afternoon. And I know it's evening for some people. Good evening. And on behalf of Genesis Magazine, Gemfm Radio based in Toronto, the UK-based Committee for Human Rights in Grenada, which was established in 1984-85, Friends of the Grenada Revolution, and Grenada Forward Ever, a very warm welcome to our presentation today called Challenging the United States Narrative about October 19, 1983. My name is Valerie Gordon Williams, and I am your moderator for today. We'd like to do a few housekeeping things to make sure that this runs as smoothly as possible. We'd ask you please to turn your mics off. I know John is also responsible for making sure that that happens, so we don't have no intruding noises. I'd also like to introduce my colleague and co-host of this program, John Caliste, who is based in Toronto, and he's the founder of Gemfm Radio. John, are you ready with the anthem? Have you been able to cue it?
No, hold on, go ahead. I just getting a problem.
Okay.
Go ahead.
We especially warm welcome to you. I am based in Montreal and I'm looking at snow on the ground, but I think we all filled with our warm Grenadian spirit nonetheless, no matter where you are in the world. This event was being planned to commemorate October 19th, 2021. However, given logistical challenges for trying to organize this across the pond, as we would say, because we have people here in Grenada and in the UK, with varying time schedules, etc., we eventually decided to postpone it to November. So you might be asking, why are we doing this in November? It's just has been put back until now. But we also thought that given a lot of what is happening in Grenada today, I'm sure most of you are aware of all kinds of changes in momentum and the impact of COVID. There's a lot happening in Grenada, and we think some of this may be relevant, especially the notion of bringing back some of the memories of and achievements of the revolution to generate some hope and to also inspire resilience of our people. Today, we have present several persons who want to share their experience of October 19th that doesn't fit with the US narrative that most of us are used to. We have first Nolan James. Nolan, can you unmute yourself? You're using Anthony Palmer.
Yes.
I just want to get right into it because I know afterwards we're going to need a lot of discussion. So, yeah. Nolan.
I'm here.
Yes, he's there.
Was a soldier at the time, and he was a sentry at the entrance to Fort Rupert on the day of October 19th. And so we'll ask Nolan to share a bit of his experience first before we take a couple of the other soldiers who were present and who we know that their experiences have not come forth to the forefront as other narratives have. So Nolan, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Special thanks to you for attending as well. And first of all, we just go right into it and ask you, where were you on October 19th and what did you witness? We'll try to keep this in a period of about, say, 4 to 5 minutes initially because we want to ask you questions. And then maybe later in the course of the evening, when we come to the discussion segment, a couple of people might have more questions they want to ask. So, but we are especially thankful to you for being present. And first of all, where were you on October 19th as it relates to what you know of the narrative that is around regarding what happened?
Well, I was stationed on the fort at the time, and I was on duty the morning.
Yes.
All right, the morning that everything went down. You know, yeah. I was the soldier that was in the gate. You know, so I was the first soldier that was greeted at the gate. Wow. You know, I was disarmed.
So you're greeted by who?
By the masses. By the masses. By a group the group that that came up with Maurice Bishop. Maurice Bishop was at the front, right at the front. So there was the late Maurice Bishop and a couple others, like students, like lots of students.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people that I don't really know, but there were one. I don't know. Hello.
Go ahead.
Just got distracted here for a second. There was something that just came up on my screen here, so I just had to play it.
Okay.
Yeah, there was a group about maybe about 50, 60 people that was coming up in that group, you know, marching towards the fort. And one of the protesters came up and started jockeying on my weapon, you know, for me to open the gate. I was like right in front of the gate and stuff like that. And he started jockeying on my weapon, you know, and as I said, the late Maurice Bishop was there with him. And then the Prime Minister then told me that, comrade, everything is going to be all right, you know. And then, you know, we was taught not to, you know, shoot at the masses at no point in time, turn the weapon on, you know, the people and stuff like that. So my weapon, it was not drawn or anything like that. So I was disarmed. I gave up the weapon.
You were disarmed.
I was.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so who removed it from you?
There was that Indian. There was he was a non-soldier. His name was Kish. That's the name I remember him.
Kishu.
Kishu. Yeah, he was the one that was like, you know, all hyperactive and, you know, jumping up and going on. And after that, everyone, you know, after I was disarmed, everyone just walked right up into the fort.
Okay.
You know? And then my platoon chief, which was the guards, he was in charge of the duty, like duty keeping. His name was Vernon Hagley. He told me to you know, get into my civilian clothes. Everybody should change into the civilian clothes and just stay put. So we stayed into our civilian clothes until around 2:30. Then that's when all hell broke loose.
Okay.
You
and
know.
How did that give us a sense of, put us in how you felt, your feeling, your emotion? How did you feel in that moment? What you're thinking? How did you feel? Or what was your experience in those moments?
Well, when it first happened, like, you know, you have this adrenaline. Like, you know, I had this adrenaline that, you know, like, you know, you're trained to defend, all right? So I had that adrenaline of like, you know, should I shoot somebody? Because that's the first thing that was going through my head. But there are so many people to shoot. Where do I start? And topping it off, the Prime Minister was right there with them, like right at the front, you know. And he was the one that told me that everything is going to be all right. And for that moment, I got the sense of relief that, okay, you know, we all on the same page here. So why fight something that I know, you know, that I cannot control? All right. Okay. So I you know, I did not resist it.
Okay.
All right. And
anything else about that experience you want to add that you think is useful for this conversation?
Well, in that moment, looking back, you know, I might have, like, you know, looking back on everything that went down, and I'm always questioning myself, maybe if I had fired some warning shots in the air prior to the massives coming up onto the fort, you know, because they didn't have any weapons with them at the time. All right. I don't know if they had weapons, but I didn't see any weapons with them at the time. So I'm I'm always asking myself that question. If I had done something differently, as like firing a few warning shots into the air, maybe they might not have been on the foot.
Okay. And let me ask you something else though. Were you ever approached by the prosecution in Grenada to give evidence in the trial that
Absolutely.
eventually followed?
No. I never.
But you were never approached? Did you ever give evidence in court?
No. No
Okay.
one approached me. No one asked me anything. At that time, I left Grenada in 1984, February of 1984. And I try to put that behind me as much as I can. But at the same time, it's there. No matter how much you try to put something behind you, once you see certain things that went down, it's always going to be a reminder of the past, right?
Okay.
So, yeah.
And
But
no
one.
Did you happen to see some of any of the persons who went up to the fort? You said they were not armed at that time. Did you happen to see any of them armed later on in the evening afterwards, or never at all?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Because the same guy that disarmed me, he had my weapon. My weapon, and later on in the day, when they, I did not see it, but from what I've heard, that there was dishing out weapons upstairs in the armory. I don't know who got the keys to the armory, but they somehow found the keys to the armory and they started arming themselves out there.
Okay.
But I cannot tell you that, okay, I saw, them open the armory, because I was in a different part.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Nolan. Maybe at some point later, if you want to join in, we can add, depending on what the others are sharing.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
You move right away. John, was there anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question here, because in the witnessing of the actual event, when you was in the room upstairs, what you saw after the armored car approached and came on the foot, what you saw then?
When the armored car came up, those guys that had armed themselves up they started to shoot. So where we were in the guard post, in the guard house. There was a guard house by the flagpole right there, and we started to scatter.
Yeah, that's after they start firing at the armored vehicle.
Yeah, so now the armored vehicle started to fire back now, and then coming up then at that point in time, people was just running everywhere. Basically, people was just running everywhere. I don't know for sure, who started firing, but there was no firing coming from the armored vehicle on the way up to the up the hill. There was no firing there. The first set of firing was from the foot down towards the armored vehicle.
Okay.
Right.
But I cannot tell you who was the first one that pulled the trigger. I did not see who was the first person that pulled the trigger.
If we can move on to Peter Belfon. Peter, can you keep your video open, please, Nolan? Peter, can you open your video so we can see you?
Hi, Peter.
Are you with us?
Do you want me to close my video?
No, leave yours open.
No, you leave yours. It's okay. Because sometimes people are using other people's Zoom account. Is Peter there?
I ain't seen Peter.
Okay, so let's move to the next person who I'm sure is there because I saw him earlier, and that is Chris Park. Chris, can you open your video? Am I seeing Chris? I know sometimes there are difficulties getting on and having access from Grenada. but we all try to work with what we have. Chris? I saw Chris earlier.
And what happened to him? Before we go back, let's go back to Nolan. I want to ask Nolan a question because I think we had heard that here before on the radio for the benefit of those people who haven't heard before. When you moved to the upper level of the foot, what were your experience? What have your experience there?
Oh, at the upper level, that's when they brought Maurice Bishop and the cabinet ministers. That's after all the, after all the mayhem finished. That was around maybe about after 3-4 o'clock in the afternoon, around that time.
Okay.
And that's when I witnessed the execution.
Okay. Val, you want to ask any question from there?
Not really. I would like to get Chris's input and to have him stay on so that we could have further conversations about it.
Yeah.
Chris, are you there?
Wow. Chris Parks, yeah. Chris, turn your mic, turn your Chris Alberta Park, I think it's the same thing. Turn your mic on your camera. I think there's some internet problems in Grenada too.
Okay, so unless anything else you want to share with us in the meantime, Nolan, because it seems like we're having difficulty getting connection with Grenada.
Okay. Well, so as I said, on the upper level, that's when everything kind of, all the shooting, stopped, with the kids running, for their lives and stuff like that. That's when they rounded up all the cabinet ministers and they brought them up to the upper level. Now, they said to all the soldiers should be back in uniform by that time. At that time, all remaining soldiers that based on the fort should be back in their uniform. Now, we all went back into a uniform, but I had no weapon. They did not ask me to give an account, but at the same time, there was weapon all over the place, from people running and stuff like that. So I had armed myself with one of those. It was a Makarov. I found a Makarov, and I armed myself with it.
So when you say you found a Makarov, meaning what? It was just somewhere around?
Yeah, it was a shotgun, like in the mayhem. Who dropped the weapon and run and stuff like, because there was just it was like a stampede. It was basically a stampede. After the shooting, during the shooting and stuff like that, it was just a stampede.
Okay.
I don't know for sure where the cabinet ministers. I assume that at that time, when they were at the square and they were up in the common post in that meeting room, they must have stayed in the meeting room until the firing and stuff like that, stop.
I've cleared up domestic, the first light heavyweight to have all domestic belts, and I'm happy. My name goes down in the books. That was a fire, man. It could be some good.
Hello, Val. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you now, but we're not seeing.
Oh no, wait, hold on.
Chris?
This is Albert.
Yes.
I just get a call from Chris, and he having problem. He logged on, and he said as soon as everything come on, it shut down. So he's trying to reboot to come back on. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Because sometimes we know that in Grenada, the connectivity is very weak. I think we should move on to.
Make a one more call for Peter Belfon. I know.
Yes, is Peter Belfon joining us now? Is he there?
He's probably having the same problem in Grenada too. It seems to Grenada having a connectivity problem with internet at this time. Let's see. Okay, we having a problem with that one. So could we move on, Val, then?
Yes, so then we'll move on. I will probably then bring on Alan.
Okay.
Are you there, Alan?
I am.
Okay.
Okay.
So just 1 second for me. So in 1989, Alan Scott went to Grenada to observe the Court of Appeal as part of the Court of Appeal in relation to the case of the Grenada 17 as part of a trade union delegation monitoring the appeal sessions. The aim was to try and ensure a fair judicial process, as there had been considerable concerns over the conduct of the original trial. I see Chris is there. Chris reconnected, so maybe we should go back to Chris and then take Alan, because I prefer to leave Alan for last. Chris, if you unmute yourself. You'd have to turn your volume up as well.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I think we're hearing you now. Okay, so Chris, first tell us a little bit about your involvement before you go into telling us about October 19th.
Okay, first off, let me apologize. I started off good, logged on everything, and then just as it started, the whole system just started glitching. Okay, so I joined the PRA as a People's Revolutionary Army in September of 1979 and was placed in an aircraft at the unit in Rupert. While there, I also assisted with the printing and distribution of party papers. We left Grenada in October of 1979 to go to Cuba to receive training. I was among a group of 31 comrades that went to specialize in 3 different specialties. I was specialized in general troops. When we returned to Grenada, I was promoted to officer cadet and sent to the permanent battalion as the chief of organization and mobilization of cadets. There I worked with 1 month specialists structuring that unit, and then soon after I was transferred to St. David's, where I was in command of the 2nd Battalion of Gemfm. St. David's. I remained there. We had 2 maneuvers while I was there. We were able to mobilize the largest amount of militia comrades in the island. I was awarded by Morris Bishop and promoted to 2nd Lieutenant and transferred to the headquarters of the military region, the 1st Military Region, Region 1, as the Chief of Organization and Mobilization of cadets. I worked closely there with Stuart Lane, who was Major and then Colonel, and Arthur Phillip, and one Tinsel McNeil, going the Quincy unit, in charge of Quincy. And as we got into the structure of the unit, I was then transferred to Fort Rupert, to the political department, where I had responsibility for the political work among the female police officers, armed forces man, and also for adult education, CPE work among the soldiers, academic work among the soldiers.
Pretty good idea.
Hello?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Right? Yes.
Chris, tell us now about October 19th. Where were you on October 19th?
So on October 19th, on that morning, as we stood up on Fort Rupert, we noticed that there was a group of people demonstrating across the street from the fire station, and I looked at Major Stroud, who was then the senior officer on the compound, and suggested that we send some curriculum. He said that he had to wait for orders from the higher command. The people turned, the demonstrators turned, they went back in the direction of the canteen. And there they were joined by people from the students of the Anglican High School, GBSS, and some other civilians. The crowd really began to swell, but still heard it chanting, loud chanting. We were then ordered by Major Stroud to go break up the demonstration and arrest the leaders. Myself, Captain Reddit, and one Corporal Elton Thomas, who's now deceased, having been killed during the invasion. We left Fort Rupert in a small blue Suzuki Jeep and headed to Tyrrell Street, which is now the Howard Bay Street, and we confronted the leaders of the demonstration at the Bobby's Tire Mart area. As I jumped out of the Jeep there, one of the first people I noticed was my wife's youngest sister in a high school uniform at the head of that demonstration. I looked at her and was surprised and asked her, "What are you doing here?" And in a little girlish voice, she just giggled and ran back into the crowd. I then made a move to Innocent Whiteman, who was there at the head of the demonstration, and he was immediately surrounded by a group of people who looked very menacing. They had all different kind of objects in their hands, pieces of wood, steel. There was one guy with a conch shell, and he looked like he was in a no-nonsense mood up for confrontation. I realized that if we had to arrest Unison, we would have to use force. It would have to be violence. So I told the captain that it was impossible for us to arrest Unison without having to shoot at the people, which we couldn't. He agreed and told me told myself and the corporal to get back into the and turned in the road right there, and we headed back to Fort Rupert, where he reported to Major Stroud that it was impossible for us to accomplish that mission. We were told to hold on for a while the Major got in touch with the High Command and let them know what was. Soon after that, the Major spoke to the captain, who came to me and asked me to accompany him to Mount Weldon to see what was going on up there, because the demonstrators had headed up Lucas Street in that direction. We got into the same Suzuki Jeep and we headed up to Mount Weldon. And when we got there, on the way up, we met two armored cars coming down. Apparently, they had tried to go into the main entrance and was unable to do so, because on driving further up, we noticed that one of the
we lost Chris. There are frozen moment there with Chris. Chris is frozen.
But going up to that entrance, right? So we turned and we went back down, and then we passed through the Sam Susi area. Those of you who would know that area, there's a back entrance that leads to Mount Royal, and then there's a road going up at the back of Bernard's and Morris homes up there. We used that road to access the compounds at the top. I remember one of the armored cars had problems, got stuck and going up the hill, and we went up. The other two armored cars, because the one that was having problems at the entrance had eventually turned and followed us. And when we got up there, the armored cars, one was positioned at the lower entrance, lower security bar leading to Morris and Bernard's house. And the other one was placed inside, just inside the gate leading to Morris' house. I noticed the Lieutenant Colonel Lee and Major Dahagan, they were trying to speak to people in the crowd. And I saw a woman literally just total the umbrella on the Lieutenant Colonel, beating him in his head with it. And he just, in a resigned way, just shrugged his shoulder, turned and walked back up the hill. When he got up to where we were, he told us that if the crowd had managed to break through the first security barrier and was headed in towards Morris's house, that we should fire in the air. And he mentioned that we should not fire on the crowd more than once. He emphasized that we should fire in the air. The crowd overwhelmed the security officers at the bottom entrance, pushed past them, and headed towards the gate leading to Morris's home. When they got there, we opened fire in the air, right? And on the first burst of fire from especially the armored vehicles, because those were really, really low, the crowd fell back in fright. And when they realized that no one was hurt, well, except for one, I remember one schoolgirl in a uniform. It was one of the daily uniform with a brown skirt. I remember a brown skirt and a lightish brown top. Right? She was being carried by some of the members of the demonstration, the members of the crowd. They were carrying her in. And my first thought was that, how did she get shot if we were firing in the air? And it was afterwards, it was later on that I was told that she was not shot, but that she had fainted. And how she had fainted, probably from because of the thickness of the crowd, she wasn't able to get enough oxygen and that kind of stuff. She fainted, and apparently she was stepped on when the crowd fell back. Anyhow, on passing the armored cars, which I climbed onto, that's the one inside Morris Key, I climbed onto that one. Come head, that's Keith Haley. He was close to O.T. Robinson was there. In that crowd, I also saw Joe Gabriel. And they were headed in towards Morris' house. I remember Joe Gabriel breaking down in tears, and I was wondering what it was that he was crying for. And he was saying, look what's going on here, look what's going on there. Yeah, it was afterwards that I was told that he had seen someone with a placard right next to Unity Whiteman. In that crowd, it said, we love America. I saw that placard also, but I did not know that is what had caused his reaction. Anyways, the crowd went in. They got Morris out of his house and carried him on the way out. And in passing, Keith Haley looked at me and pointed his finger and said, "You will come back and deal with all your so and so later." And I told him, well, that is when two expletive sevens will clash. So the crowd took Morris and they went down. I went over and I joined the comrades out at Bernard's home. I sat on the veranda there. And after the crowd took Morris Bishop, there was kind of like confusion as to what to do next, because Hudson Austin, he said, what we gonna do now? What we gonna do now? Where we going? And someone said, Fort Frederick. And then everybody started piling into the cars that were there. I got into a red ladder Captain Hyson. That one was assigned to Captain Hyson, I remember, a red ladder, and it was being driven by Andy Marichaud. We were among the first cars to leave that compound and head towards Fort Frederick. We got up to Fort Frederick, and when we got up there, we met some other comrades from the Central Committee and so that had gone up to Fort Frederick. When we got there, and let me just pause here for a moment, because in Peter St. Paul's statement to the courts, he mentioned that he saw when members of the Central Committee entered the fort. Now, if Cletus was indeed where I saw him later, when the mobile company came and he came with them, and they put him, I remember seeing them put him there, and he was being guarded by 2 soldiers. I remember that clearly. If he said that he was there, then obviously they were 2% boys, right? Because he was not there when we got there. If he was there, I definitely would have, right? We went to the top of the fort, and not right to the very top, but to the area where the waterworks house was. And after a while, Major Sembana tried to get in contact with people at the fort, and I heard him on the phone saying, "Comrade, why we don't try to settle this in a peaceful way?" And then I heard him switch, and he hung up the phone, and asked him what happened, and he told me he was trying to speak to Morris. He was told that Morris is not available. He was asking that we settle this in a peaceful way, and he was told that there's no peaceful way of settling this. The best thing we all could do is give up yourself to the Indians. So after that, probably about an hour and a half after, thereabouts, units of the mobile company came up, and the lieutenant colonel began to organize the retake of Fort Rupert, where we had information that female soldiers had been stripped to their underwear, that some of the soldiers had been roughed up and their arms taken from them, and the civilians had taken over the fort, and there was the distribution of arms to civilians on Fort Rupert. So he organized the armored vehicles and the soldiers, and they left. We went to the top, the very top now of the fort, to observe what was going to happen with the BTRs going down to Fort Rupert. Because from Fort Frederick, you could actually see those cars climbing the hill. Eventually, when we saw the cars begin to climb the hill, there was some small arms fire, some small arms rifle fire, and then afterwards, we heard the loud roar of the machine guns from the BTRs. And the people started scampering. Now, let me say here that when the initial first burst of rifle fire started, there was no panic you couldn't detect any panic in the crowd on the fort. However, when the BTRs started opening up, that's when they panicked, and we started jumping over the walls of the fort and so. There was a loud explosion and a large plume of black smoke. And Hutchinson, who was standing close by, said they blew up the ops room. Now, according to the information that we got, I remember hearing that Major Stroud and so were in the ops room. So I looked at the general and I said, General, you know, Major Stroud was in the ops room, you know. And he looked at me and he said, Lieutenant Park, it's possible that Major Stroud just got killed. That was his words to me. And I got mad. I really got mad, and then after the firing had ceased, there was still something burning on the site, which afterwards it said was Major Stroud's car that had caught a fire there. After the firing ceased, some minutes after, Captain Redhead and Lieutenant Pine came to Fort Frederick, sorry. And I found it odd at that time because we had two officers, and it was the junior one that went up to the lieutenant colonel, saluted him, and spoke to him. Where normal protocol would be the senior of the two officers would do that. Anyhow, that was done. They had a short conversation, and I saw them left. Very, very soon after they left, I heard a burst of machine gun fire from the trooper. And General Austin, in a very agitated way, was like, look around and like, what happened now? And Lieutenant Andrews, who was standing next to us, said, don't dig nothing, General, don't dig. Them man had the scenes under control. Right? That was what he said. Then sometime after that, Officer Cadet Hammy came up, and he said that he came up with a list of people that had killed and so. Soon after, the captain and the lieutenant had left the fort, I got word that warrant officer Raphael Mason and Officer Cadet Conrad Mays had been hit. Mason had died. Mays was in a very serious critical condition, and he had been taken to the hospital. Also hit was Sergeant Byron Cameron.
Seems like Chris's connection. Chris, it seems like the connection was lost for a second there. But can you try to wind up your presentation in about 2 to 3 minutes so we can move to the next one? Are you close to finishing?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. And that is when the rocket launcher man got hit and the rocket launcher went off. Okay. Then, like I was saying, Officer Cadet Hammy came up with a list of people that were killed, among them Morris Bishop and Wilson Whiteman and the others. And on that list was also Raphael Mason. Mays was not on that list because he was still in the hospital when Hammy prepared that list. He was still alive. He died later on. And that happened, and on the 20th of October, I was given the task by the Lieutenant Colonel to, well, before I go there, that same evening, I was asked to contact the outer units and inform them that civilians had taken over Fort Rupert, and that unit was organized to recapture the fort, and that had been accomplished. I was to inform the other units about that. But on the 20th, I was instructed to prepare reports on what had happened, based on reports from the soldiers that were at before that. That's what I experienced. That's what I witnessed on October.
Thank you, Chris. Just one quick question. Did you ever give evidence in court? Were you called to give evidence in court during the trial? The appeal?
I was called more than once. I was actually threatened. First by the Jamaicans, Captain Campbell, Sergeant Morrison, and there's another couple I think it was Midwest. They used to come. I was working with a security unit at the time. They used to come, pick me up, bring me out, question me, threaten me that I have to go. And they wanted me to say that I was present at the Central Committee meeting where the orders were given to kill Maurice Bishop and his colleagues. And I kept telling them that I was not a member of the Central Committee. I had never attended any Central Committee meeting. And I wasn't going to say that I was at any Central Committee meeting. I was not going to lie to get other people in trouble. And one morning, just as I came out of the bathroom, getting ready to go to work, my wife told me that there were 2 soldiers at the door. And when I got there, and the towel still around me, I saw Sergeant Morrison and Suffer. And Sergeant Morrison told me then that if I didn't, he said, first of all, he told me they were tired with me refusing to go to courts and say that I was present at the Central Committee meeting when orders were given to liquidate Maurice Bishop and his colleagues. And that if I refused to go to courts, they were going to issue me with a bench warrant. And I looked at him that morning and I just said, you know what? Issue your effing bench warrant, but when I go in courts and I stand up and say what I have to say, you all would wish you all never knew. And that was the last time the members of the Caribbean peacekeeping forces, the Jamaicans especially, that was the last time actually came to pick me up or threaten me. However, Val, I wonder if you would remember this, that one afternoon, if you can remember, there was this guy, this American, a white guy, with a lot of cameras around him, who said he was a journalist, and he was taking out pictures of my home where I used to live. And when I got there, because you met me on my way home and you told me that there was this guy, asking for me and taking out pictures. And I don't know if you could remember that.
I don't remember.
That was a long time, right?
So much water under the bridge.
Yeah. Anyway, when I got home, I met this guy who said that he was a journalist just doing a story of what had happened. And he asked me if I did not believe him. And he flashed his ID in front of me and then put it back in his pocket. There was a crowd of people that had gathered there because they saw this guy come and was asking for me, and so everybody was curious. And when he put the ID back in his pocket, I looked at him, and then I stepped up to him and I said, you know what? I didn't see the face on that ID, and I pushed my hand in his pocket and I pulled the ID out. The name that he gave me, it was John something, I cannot remember his surname, but John was his first name. When I opened
on the PTA card,
when I opened his ID, the name that he had given me was correct, but he was no journalist. It was Police Department, City of New York. I took the ID and I said to the people around there, the guys around, I said, if I tell you all this, you all wouldn't believe it. See for yourselves. And I handed it to one guy who started passing it around to the other people in the crowd. And when the last one gave it back to me, I took it and I handed it to him. And he looked at me and he said, it's your mistake if you don't want to cooperate. And I looked at him and I told him, your biggest mistake was ever coming here. And that was the very last time that any foreign troopers checked me, tried to intimidate me, threatened me over. That was the last time, the very, very last time.
But thank you very much, Chris, and I hope Nolan remains available. Before I bring in, I invite Alan to make his presentation. Let me share some of the thoughts of some of our who has contributed to the production of this event. When we think, I would say we already know what happened, our minds tend to be closed to learning anything new. A general observation about life that all of us humans have to struggle against. If we are ever to learn anything new or gain even new insights to what we already know. Hitler and Goebbels and all forms of colonialism and imperialism learned and taught that if one repeats a lie often and loud enough, people soon take it as fact and resist an alternative explanation. You can most persuade people of what is convenient to you to believe if you catch them at their most vulnerable, as would apply in our situation in Grenada. Never forget, the world, with very few exceptions, was persuaded that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. Every invasion of a sovereign nation must be carefully prepared propaganda-wise. Imperialism prepares first its own public opinion, then the world, as violations of international law must be justified by appropriate propaganda. And lastly, for the time being at least, there is not a single case of imperialism invading a country without first, during, after, and forever using its overwhelming control of the world's media to demonize the leaders of the country it invades. This is standard operating procedure, always done. Always, no exception. We see it with Saddam, Gaddafi, Assad, the Houthis, the Viet Cong, Maduro, and the list goes on. We say this, as shared by one of our producers, to invite us to think about what is shared this evening in this presentation. Yes? Yes?
If I may just inject here.
Yes.
When I went to Pulse to pick up the two American diplomats that came in to speak to the American medical students, on the way down over the Granite Island, the woman in particular was very aggressive, and she was telling the man that they had to convince the students, and listen to the words, they had to convince the students that their lives were in danger. And I remember the driver of the car was so mad that he started racing around corners, and I mean, he was pulling those corners. I thought we were going to run off. And when we got in front of him, I had to tell him, pull over on the side and just chill for a while, because he was mad. So they came with their intention.
Okay. So now we get to Alan finally. We saved the best for last. Alan,
go as far as that.
Alan went to Grenada in 1989 to observe the Court of Appeal in relation to the case of the Grenada 17 as part of a trade union delegation monitoring the appeal sessions. The aim was to try and ensure fair judicial process, as there had been considerable concerns over the conduct of the original trial. His initial interest was to try and ensure that there was a fair judicial process believing that all defendants have the right to a fair hearing before an independent tribunal. It became clear to him that the trial and subsequent appeal did not meet this standard, and he joined the campaign to achieve justice for the Grenada 17. Allen became secretary of the Committee for Human Rights in Grenada in 1991 and has diligently assisted in many ways to establish truth and justice relating to the tragic events of October 1983 and thereafter. I have the honor and pleasure of introducing you to Alan Scott, who has been an avid pursuer, if I could call it, of the truth as far as this whole issue is concerned. Alan?
Thank you, Valerie. I'm afraid I think we failed in our original attempt to get a proper judicial process, not least of which because although the court have verdicts, they have yet to produce the judgment. Some 20 odd years later, even though the judges went on strike in order to actually get a bigger payment for it, probably because they would struggle to actually justify the many irregularities. And I'm not going to discuss those this evening. If people are interested, the Amnesty International report is available on their website, which goes into in great detail. I think the narrative.
Alan,
yeah?
Alan, forgive me if I interrupt you for just a second. Did I hear you to say that the judgment of that matter is still not provided?
The judgment of the Court of Appeal has yet to be published. There is evidence. No, it's still not published. There is evidence that it was written on the grounds that the prosecution made reference to the size of it in some of the documents that Rich Gibson got from the Americans when he brought a Freedom of Information claim. So they're on about the size of the judgment, but the actual judgment justifying why there were no irregularities in the trial and confirming the death sentences, etc., no, has never been published.
And might I ask, is that normal, Alan?
No, because obviously normally people would have had the right to go to the Privy Council. So obviously the points of law would have had to be produced, which is all an appeal is. You don't appeal on facts, you appeal on points of law. And you know there were many points of law being raised over a long period of time. I think the verbal judgment that was given mainly makes reference to Shakespeare's Julius Caesar, rather than actually dealing with any substantive legal points. So no, it's never been produced. Dick Hart did say at one stage that it had been taken off the island for printing, but it's never seen the light of day.
Please proceed, Alan.
Okay, now the initial thing I suppose that drew me in relates to the narrative, which was there were effectively two factions within the NGM, one led by Bernard Cord in favour of building communism immediately, the other led by Maurice Bishop in favour of a more gradual approach, which led ultimately to a power grab by the Cord faction using violence, ultimately resulting in the death of Maurice and the others. The starting point for me was the absolute paucity of any evidence of certainly that any of the Central Committee members had actually done anything. And the evidence boils down to one person, Cletus St. Paul, claiming that when the Central Committee came from Bernard's house to Fort Frederick after Maurice had been released, that there was a quick meeting at the gate, which he couldn't overhear. And then Leon Cornwall goes and tells soldiers the Central Committee have decided to liquidate Maurice Bishop and the others. That is it. That's the entire evidence against of which a number of people were supposed to hang. The problem with it is, A, there was somebody sitting next to him, which was Errol George, who gave evidence at the preliminary hearing that no such meeting had actually taken place. Errol is actually on the docket of the prosecution for the trial, but isn't called. And because it's been listed by the prosecution, it's not able to for the defence to call that witness. So effectively, they managed to negate someone that's actually was with Cletus, saying that the evidence isn't true. More importantly, as Chris has said, all the evidence, frankly, is that at the time Bernard and the others arrived at Fort Frederick, which would have probably been just after 11 o'clock, Cletus St. Paul was still under arrest at Calvini and arrived with the motor brigade about 12:30-ish. So his evidence is that he witnessed something when he was a considerable distance away.
Can I come in there? Val?
Yeah?
Can I just interject right there in that part there, Alan, if it's possible? It's okay?
Yeah.
All right. So I want to just to clarify that part with St. Paul right there. And I want to make it clear here because I was a personal security to Bernard on that day.
Yes.
All right. Our arriving at the fort was long hours before St. Paul arrived at the fort. All right. So he was in no position to see us arriving.
No.
When Bernard was when we took Bernard to the fort for his own security. All right. And the reason why we brought Bernard there because there was threats to come back and to go take the weapons from the unit that for the personal security unit for the two leaders there, Maurice and Bernard at the time. So we took Bernard to Fort Frederick for his security. And St. Paul, when we was going back to Bernard's house to take our clothes and stuff to go back to Fort Frederick, that when St. Paul was going up there. Only his time he knew that Bernard was there, he wanted to return that time. All right, and in the car, we didn't drive there with the car. We walked up to that time, and he was sitting in a box of ammunition, handcuffed. And myself, Ricky Paul, Leslie Sincere, and Dwight Jeremiah approached him and asked him, "What's going on, man? What do you do on the chief?" He said the chief F him up. That's what he responded to me. The chief set him up, right? So he did not, and he was not in no position to see or hear anything where he was sitting to make that statement that he said he heard them when he made that statement in the court. And as a matter of fact, we was not none of the personal securities for Bernard was called to the court. Even though we gave evidence, they did not call us to testify in the court either. We weren't allowed to. So proceed from there.
So, and of course, it being an army base, people were logged in and out. So it would have been quite easy for the prosecution to submit the log if it supported their case. But of course, the Americans had taken that and it was never supplied. So really, that, in a nutshell, for all the vitriol that is poured upon Bernard and the others, that is the case that they actually were involved in the murder of Maurice Bishop. Comments from somebody who witnessed something when he wasn't there. That literally is it. So for me, that was the starting point of actually looking at this narrative. Now, while we were over at the appeal hearing, we did meet with a number of other trade union leaders. One of them, I think his name was Eric Pierre, who was the leader of the Seamen's Union. He made reference to what he called the Blue Book, which was a book of about they hadn't had access to documents, that someone's actually sitting there with some of the documents in his possession. I'll turn my video off because I think my signals were a bit weak. Can you still hear me?
Yes, Alan, and please repeat that statement about from where you met Eric Pierre.
Yeah, we met Eric Pierre twice. Once because I think he was in charge of the taxi drivers, and once at the Seamen's Union head office. And he indicated he had in his possession a book which he referred to as the Blue Book, which I hadn't seen, but I've seen it since. And that is the document that contains a number of minutes, amongst other things, from Central Committee meetings, etc. So at the time the appeal hearing is going on, where they're complaining about no documents, he's got some of them in this document. And that blue book we did subsequently find on the internet. And in the introduction to that, because it's analysis which was carried out for the Americans, the two individuals that had analysed the documents actually indicated that the document showed there was no evidence whatsoever of any ideological split in the NJM. So the argument that there was this sort of great political difference between groups was clearly shown by the Americans themselves to be untrue. What the documents do show from the end of 1981 is that there is considerable concern being expressed about the operations of the Central Committee. And over the 1982, those concerns keep being repeated. The end of the 82 meeting, the April meeting, it said there was serious criticism being made about lack of planning and organisation. There were further concerns raised in June. And I think in October, Bernard had got so frustrated, he resigned all his party positions. Now, I don't think that was actually made public knowledge, but he at that time he left. He carried on being a minister, but he was no longer had any party position. And then when you look to get to August 83, the minutes of the Central Committee unanimously concluded that the Grenada Revolution was fearing a serious and growing crisis as a result of internal and external pressures. And it was in this atmosphere that they reconvened and at the end, on August the 26th. And at the end of that meeting, Morris concluded that the party faced a threat of disintegration and agrees that the analysis conference that people weren't raising criticisms. So they have a further meeting at which they try to discuss a way forward. And it's very clear that although Morris was being praised for many things, there were concerns being raised, particularly around his ability around strategy and tactics. And it's interesting that the analysis that was put forward, the minutes quote, were actually agreed by Brother Brain and Brother Whiteman. And the one person that was really critical was George Lewison, who says the number one problem is the quality of leadership given in the process by Comrade Bishop. So there were criticisms being made of Morris by the way he was managing certain issues. They get to the next meeting, and that is where the concept of the joint leadership is suddenly raised. And it seems to me that that was the sort of the start of the problem, in that although there was unanimity on what they were facing, there was a different opinion over the solution to the problem. The only person ever in those minutes that suggests that perhaps Maurice Bishop might need to be replaced, ironically, is George Lewison, who, when we actually get to the trial, actually indicates there was a plot against a leadership plot against Morris. But the only person ever who mentions Morris having to leave was in fact George. Now, he also, when he gave evidence, indicated that this meeting around the joint leadership was chaired by Bernard Cord. And if you actually look at the minutes, it's totally untrue. He didn't chair it. He's not physically there at all. And when he's invited to a meeting, he is exceedingly lukewarm and not at all keen on going back to his party positions. So this idea that there was this manic power that he was looking for was not true. So they put the proposition to the whole of the party membership, of which I suspect some of the people here today were in attendance of that meeting. And the meeting votes in favour of the joint leadership, including Morris and Lewison. Sorry, my wife just distracted me. Eunice and Whiteman. So they have a vote, they agree the joint leadership, and the day after, Morris goes off to Eastern Europe for a pre-planned meeting where he meets up with George Lewison. And Errol George was actually part of that delegation, and it is indicated that during the entire process, George Lewison was trying to persuade Morris to change his mind on the joint leadership, and They even held a meeting of people over there telling them that a decision hadn't been reached yet. While they're away on that trip, there is no communication between Morris and the rest of the party. Usually there was at least one call a day between him and either Selwyn or Bernard. And then on the way back to Grenada, they make an unscheduled trip to Cuba. And Errol has said that during that trip, the internal problem of Grenada was actually discussed with Fidel Castro. And there's reference to Cletus St. Paul, who was also part of the delegation, ringing Ashley Flokes, referring to the joint leadership and stating very threatening language that blood would flow. So they returned back to Grenada. Morris indicates that he's changed his mind over the issue of the joint leadership. And at the lunchtime, the Central Committee were advised that there's a rumour all over the island that in fact Phyllis and Bernard Cord are planning to kill Maurice Bishop. It turns out it could not have just have been two individuals if it was all over the island. But Errol admitted that he was asked by Maurice Bishop and Cletus St. Paul to spread the rumour to 15 people. But after he did it to one person, he went off and told security. Cletus St. Paul was interviewed and admitted being asked to spread the rumour and gave a written statement, and apparently also there was a tape recorded statement. So at this time when Morris is suddenly deciding that he doesn't want the joint leadership, there's this rumour all over the island that Bernard and Phyllis were actually planning to kill him. And when this is discussed at a party meeting, and Errol indicates it was asked to do this by Morris, I think that's at the point when Morris was actually asked to remain at home while the people decided what they actually wanted to do. Now, of course, this caused great unrest. The public were very, very concerned about what was happening. There were a series of discussions between Bernard and Selwyn on one hand, and George Lewison and Whiteman on the other, trying to see if they could actually reach some sort of resolution. But the stumbling block seemed to be the joint leadership, which they were saying, well, the party decided this, one man can't refuse. And they were saying, well, no, you have to get rid of it. In an attempt to remove the logjam, they approached Michael Owls of the People's Popular Movement in Trinidad to come along and try and mediate between the two parties. And he was having meetings with Morris and with Bernard. I think when he indicated to Morris that St. Paul had confessed that Morris was the source of the rumour, Morris became very shaken and said he was willing to try and sort something out, but he wasn't willing to be humiliated. Now, I think two things happened which affected what the Central Committee did next. One, effectively, Bernard Cord had resigned after the rumour incidents and said he no longer wanted to be involved. 4 other ministers resigned. So effectively, the PRG as an effective government had ceased to exist. And they were aware, having had a meeting with the Cuban ambassador, that he made it very clear that the Cubans were on the side of Morris in the dispute. And when they made reference to the Angola situation, which of course is where the Cubans killed some of the Angolan leaders, they said that had only been done when the chief of staff of Angola had requested it. And when they asked 3 times what would happen in Grenada if a similar request was made, there was no answer. So as a result, to try and actually resolve the difficulty, an emergency meeting of the party was arranged, at which it was agreed that they would abandon the joint leadership proposition. I believe a number of people weren't very happy with the decision, but they took that decision. And Morris received a visitation indicating that they were prepared to abandon the joint leadership. They would immediately give him back all of his functions in the government and the party. And they did request that he accepted responsibility for spreading the rumour. But they did actually indicate that if he refused, ultimately, they would give up even on that. Now, that meeting seemed to be very cordial. There was a suggestion that they meet again at 10 o'clock, which is why I think Chris makes reference to Bernard, people at Bernard's house. They were expecting to go across the road to Morris's house and that the thing would be sorted out. Instead, what happens is the crowd comes up and releases Morris. And I think a number of things happened which make me deduce that this wasn't an accident, that this had been planned all along. First of all, the military communication system seems to be jammed, so it doesn't work. So the military having to rely on telephones because their own system doesn't function. Secondly, at about 9:30, someone goes into the telephone exchange at gunpoint with a list of telephone numbers and has all those phones disconnected. So, for instance, all of the phones at Bernard Cord's house were disconnected before Morris was released. So communication was very difficult. So when they go up to the fort, the first thing that seems to happen is as has been said, the civilians are armed. I don't know whether arms were taken up with them. Various people have said Unison Whiteman brought some arms with him, but that hasn't ever been confirmed with me in the way that I would accept that necessarily that's what happened. What is very clear is they took weapons off. They took the key and opened the armory, and they were arming civilians, and they were hanging around waiting, which is the interesting point that there's in a document from the British government. They said it's a bit puzzling because Bishop seemed to turn up, arm people, and then hang around as if he was waiting for something. And in fact, it's very clear what he was waiting for. He had sent an emissary to the Cuban embassy and had asked for armed assistance from the Cuban brigade on the island. Now, that was in an affidavit that went to the Privy Council, but it's also confirmed by Castro himself in an interview where he says, yes, he did receive that request. So it was pretty clear on the day that there had been a lot of pre-planning, and effectively, it seems to me that Morris was going to declare effectively a civil war with the masses against the army and the party. Now, when the unit goes up to return back the forts to actually try and get it back, there were various people argue that they fired on the fort first. Most of the reasonable evidence that I've seen would indicate that the firing was initiated from the fort, first of all, and in fact, the person that was named very early on by another comrade is a person that has been said to me by several people was the person that started the firing, and that he was got off the island the very next day. So you had the firefight. The fort is retaken. Several of the soldiers are killed. And what seems to have happened is that after Morris and the others have been taken prisoner, when the news comes through that Conrad Mayers had died in the hospital, some of the soldiers totally lost their temper and formed a firing squad and executed people. I have spoken to the individual that led that firing squad. He has made it very, very clear on numerous occasions that he was under no instruction to do this, that he lost it completely as a result of seeing his comrades killed in that way. And he very, very clearly blamed Morris. The narrative that has actually been put forward generally was that it was what they call the Cordites that were actually trying to find a violent solution. I think it's shown to be totally untrue. They put the army in the barracks, so they didn't want any while demonstrations were going on to avoid any conflict. They called in a mediator. They backed down on the issue of the joint leadership. It's very difficult to see what else that they could do, and that where the fighting seemed to be started by civilians organised by Morris, and he very clearly was seeking assistance from the Cubans, which no doubt would have ended up with a battle between the Cubans and the PRA. So it just seemed to me that the narrative, people have got the narrative the wrong way around, and that the cause of the violence wasn't Bernard, it sadly was Morris. Now, I know this is very difficult to take, because it seems to me that in Grenada, it is impossible to criticise Morris for anything. But the reality is, it seems to me that the cause of the violence, that there was a planned insurrection by the way that the army's communications was jammed. Someone turning up with a list of telephone numbers is clearly pre-planned. And the Cuban ambassador had moved from his residence into the embassy, which was surrounded by Cuban soldiers. So it just seemed that the narrative in reality was very, very different. And what I've actually found interesting we have got a document that was written after the event, which was the very short period of time between the PRG collapsing and the American invading when the RMC was in charge, that documents virtually every meeting that was taking place between the RMC and the Governor General, the comments from the Americans, that and some of the documents that have been revealed under the 30-year rule in the UK very clearly show that there was no great threat to anybody on the island. They were in the process of seeking to form an interim civilian government. The RMC did not intend to remain in power, that things could have been resolved very, very peacefully. And yes, the Americans seem to be wanting to wind the students up to say that there was a problem. The other thing that I think, because it's part of the campaign we've been involved in very recently, is when Bernard came over here to talk about his first book, there were very strong accusations around the bodies. Why have you hidden the bodies? What have you done with them? And he would sort of indicate, well, we didn't do it. They were at Calivigny. We have done nothing with them since. That there's various bits of information that we were actually picking up from a couple of priests around things that have been involved. But it is very, very clear from a recent document that is in the Library of Congress, from statements from Gillespie, who was in charge of the invasion, that on the 4th of November, he was actually carting a group of people around from the US and shows them where they found Morris's body. So he's actually pointing out where Morris's body was discovered. And this is doing on the 4th of November. So they've actually discovered the body much, much quicker than they've actually pretended. And he also indicates that he came across to be involved in the forensic examination of the remains. So this argument that they've tried to put around that somehow the PRG had hidden the bodies or had damaged them beyond repair, which is what the court were told. The court was given evidence that the bodies were, when they were discovered, were in a state where you couldn't recognise anybody. They'd been totally destroyed. It's just totally untrue. And so ever since we've actually been starting to publicise this and trying to put pressure on the government of Grenada to actually ask the Americans to actually where the remains are and what they're going to do to try and actually get them back, all of a sudden we've had at least one book around Bernard, various other people coming up making great criticisms. And it's very clear that they're trying to deflect any discussion away from the discussions around what happened to the bodies, that they don't want that discussion taking place because they're embarrassed. And I think another interesting thing around the documents that were released under the 30-year rule is that the British Foreign Secretary was making a suggestion that they needed to form an interim government on the island, and he was suggesting that Bernard Cord should be the Prime Minister until they actually had another election. So yeah, we're supposed to believe on one hand that he's a dangerous communist and is about to institute instant communism on the island, but strangely, the government is actually saying he would be the safest pair of hands to look after the country until they can actually have a proper election.
This guy.
It does seem to me, I'm afraid, that ultimately, as we've seen in other nations, what this whole exercise is around was simply regime change. The Americans did not like the successes of the revolution. Although there were problems in the Central Committee, there clearly were great gains for the people in the revolution. They didn't like the alternative way of organising that the Grenada was actually popularising, and they had decided to put it to an end, and they simply have made up some stories afterwards to justify their behaviour. God, I shall stop.
Val, yeah.
And John, maybe we could, since we've had all the main presentations, maybe we should have entertain a few questions. If anybody wants to ask any questions, I think they could put it in the chat.
Peter is there now. You're supposed to come on. You're having internet problems in Grenada, he says, connected.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
But since we've filled up the space in terms of the time.
Yes.
Any other question? Anybody has a question they want to ask, a comment to make? If I may start off, I must say, Alan, that there are several things that you shared tonight that I wasn't even aware of, especially the last part that the British government had even considered that in the new government, the interim government after the RMC, to invite Bernard to be a member of that government. That's amazing to me. There were a couple other things I learned. I can't recall exactly what they are now, but that whole issue about the blue book with Eric Pay, that Eric Pay had in his position. That's a very interesting piece of information as well. I also learned a couple of things from Chris Park in terms of how he was treated. Any other questions or comments?
So I want to just drop this one in because on the 19th, I received a phone call from Fort Report that morning. There was only his phone was working. That was the Waterworks phone, and one of the soldiers was in the guard hut. Her name was Alison, and she was the one who said, "Comrade, there's a call from Fort Report for one of your security guys." So I took the phone call. It was Dorset Peters that was on the phone that day, and I identified myself to him. And he said, "Comrade, I'm in the masses and plan to come to Fort Frederick to get your guys." At the same time, Unison Whiteman took the phone from him and he asked who it was. I said, "Comrade Callis." He said, "Comrade Callis, I want all of you to surrender to the nearest police station or face your guys dead." I said, "Excuse me," he said, "I'm doing you a favor. No more compromise, no more negotiation. Surrender or face your guys dead." I then went and told my then supervisor, chief, that was Roger K. James, what was said. And it was, then he relayed that to one of the intercompany members, and they came out and they went to speak to Uni, and the same thing was said for them to surrender or face their debt. That was their line. That was the narrative. Surrender or face your guys' debt. It didn't stop.
Thank you, John. Anybody else?
Can I make one quick comment, Val? In that one of the documents that we have, which we haven't put on the internet yet, is we have affidavits from most of the 17 about the torture that they experienced after they were taken prisoner. Now, this was always carried out by people from Barbados under American supervision. They clearly delegate their dirty work. But what is interesting in those statements is that they're trying to persuade people, just as they were trying to do with Chris. They had to say that Bernard Cord had ordered the murder of Maurice Bishop. Sometimes it was actually done under beatings. Sometimes it was done with beatings and offers of bribes of large amounts of money and houses. But very, very clearly, the whole thing that they sought was to aim at Bernard. And those statements were actually the statements that they actually made when they confessed. Were used in the court, but they all pointed out that they'd been taken under torture. The interesting thing about it is the narrative that the Americans had tried to use from those statements is completely different from the evidence in chief of Cletus St. Paul. So somewhere along the line, and I think probably because it suddenly dawned on them that legally, if you have a confession from somebody, you can't use it against other people. Only that one person has confessed. So their original strategy seemed to be to use these confession statements. And obviously somewhere along the line, the lawyers had told them that that wouldn't work. So all of a sudden they create a new story.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, I see a question here. Reference was made to the role of the Jamaican policemen. Is there any information of the role of the police from the Eastern Caribbean and Barbados? Maybe I can make a comment from my personal experience. At the time of 83, 84, myself and my family were still in Cuba because my ex-husband at the time had gone to Grenada for the Central Committee meetings, and we were at the embassy in Cuba. But I came home, the government repatriated us in March of the following year, which would have been 1984. And from as early as I arrived, I had several visits by Jamaican soldiers, and several of the other wives at the time had visits. They would come and try to entice us to go to the beach with them, to date them, to give them gifts. And clearly they were trying to maybe get information or, create a different story of who the men were or the wives were. And as far as I know, none of the wives took the bait. Now, I knew at least 2 of them who were Jamaican soldiers, but sometimes if 3 of them or 4 came at a time, you wouldn't know necessarily whether the others were from the other Eastern Caribbean islands. I don't recall now specific evidence, but I know for sure that the guy who was made Commissioner of Prisons, famous Commissioner of Prisons during that era, I don't know if anybody remembers his name. He was from Barbados. Yeah?
Stone Age, he was called.
What's his name? Stone Age.
They used to call him Stone Age.
Maloney?
Stone Age.
Maloney, yeah.
Maloney.
Right, Maloney was Bajan, that for sure. Yeah. But most of the people who I interacted with initially, or who came to, they actually came to the house and came to several others were Jamaican soldiers. Somebody else says, after the series of interviews with HA in the recent times conducted by George Worm, one can conclude from those interviews that Cord is a scamp and responsible for the whole disaster of the Grenada Revolution. How would you relate to those pregnant statements that HA directed against Cord? Anybody wants to comment on that? This person is saying, based on the interviews in which HA is reported to have made all these statements.
It's
Anybody
kind of
has an opinion?
It's kind of a laughable. I would know Chris want to go. I'll probably Chris to go first, because Agent make great friends that in one of his interview that Barnacle gave him the letter to read on the radio station, and that's a lie. Okay, Bongo didn't give him anything. I know that. Bongo couldn't give him any letter because I was the one who gave him the letter to read. Okay, so when he making those statements,
Oh my goodness!
So that he did not, right? That was handed by a superior officer to take to the radio station to give to Peter David and ask the general to read it. The general didn't have time to even read through the information beforehand to see what was really in detail what was in it. He had limited time to go on the radio, less than 2 minutes to go on the radio to read that. So he's saying that Bongo give him anything, that was a lie. That's one I know for sure. It's a lie. Chris Parks.
I got a question, please.
Yes.
I have a statement to make. I am not sure where Alan Scott got his version of the facts from, but I can say on October 19, from my purview, I was on my way up to the Fort Rupert, and the first fire didn't come from a civilian, but from an armored car on its way up to the fort. So his version of the fact cannot be more far from the truth.
Okay.
Okay, if I may respond to that, or ask a question, not respond, but ask a question. And thanks for the question, Marlene. I've heard that narrative very often before. And the issue that soldiers have raised around that clearly shows that is not true, is the fact that you have the folks like Connie Mears and several of the others who passed away. And the logic is very simple. And I've spoken to one of the guys who was on the BTR. The logic is simple. If you know what a BTR is and the power of a BTR, and Connie and the other guys that Chris mentioned were on the BTR, first of all, how did they die? How did they die? Did the BTR kill them? One, and if you know how a BTR works, at least it'd be interesting for you to explain the logic of how the BTR, how they got killed. Because the evidence is real. I mean, you can't make that up. There are about 4 soldiers who were on the BTR who died in that initial altercation.
Simon.
You can call the names of the soldiers for those who know. I know Connie Mears and I know the other guy from Paradise. Who are the others?
You had Simon from Brush Grove, right?
So that's 3.
You had Doggies. That's his name again.
Doggies, right? And in fact, I have had an interview directly with Doggies.
Okay.
Where he has somebody and this is only recent. I was shocked. And that's why you have to ask sometimes when you hear the narrative, you wonder. Only a couple of years ago, living here in Montreal, I had a face-to-face conversation with Doggies. And as I know Doggies from St. Andrews, we grew up in St. Andrews.
From Harford Village.
In nearby villages. We never had that conversation before. And I think some of these guys have been so traumatized they never even spoke.
Yeah.
And when he related his experience, because he was on the BTR, I was shocked. Because I never imagined or could believe that he was actually there in the midst of it and described the experience. But put that aside, how do you explain the shooting and death of the 4 soldiers who were or 5 of them who were on the BTR?
I mean, just to go back, hold on.
Can I jump in? Can I jump in?
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. In regards to the death of the soldiers, all right. What I could say for sure, the firing started on the foot. Okay, because one of those weapons, as I said, my weapon was taken away from me by the Indian guy. Okay, and he was very hyperactive. So there is no doubt in my mind that he started opening fire. All right, because where we were in the guardhouse, the soldiers and the fort, went into civilian clothes and we were in the guardhouse. Those guys, they started shooting at the BTR when it turns the corner coming up. All right, so there is no doubt in my mind that he was part of the civilians that opened fire on the BTR.
Okay.
There's another report I've had directly, and that again is recent and surprisingly. But I think two people, I see TCL 10, I don't know who that is because it's just a phone, and they're not. So I'll come to you, they're not.
Yeah, go to the
prominent businessman. You want
to
see, but a prominent businessman from St. George's described to me his experience standing on the fort, where he was offered weapons by Vincent Well and others from the back of a car. Right? I'd heard that rumor before, but I never had somebody who actually was there. And
actually, we have somebody, Peter Belfon. He was supposed to come in here, but I didn't see him. I'll call him back. He was 16 years old at the time, and when I was doing the show last year, I was doing a call-in show last year. And hello, just hold a second, please. Can everybody just mute the mic for a minute? All who's not speaking, can you just mute your mics?
Yes.
You guys mute your mics.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, John.
All right. He said that when he got up on, he called the radio station. He said that when he got on the phone, right? He was 16 years old. He was going to see what's happening, and when he got to the first level of the phone, there he saw Vincent Noel handing on weapons, and then he said, "You see that? I'm gonna go. This is trouble." He walked away, and then when you arrived down at the telephone company there, he heard the first shot going off. Yeah. So again, that was another. He's not had no attachment, no affiliation with nobody in the revolution at that time at all, and in any party in this whole thing. And I was hoping to get him here tonight, but he's having internet troubles connecting from Grenada. But that was his story and what he saw happening. If you go to Denat now, probably.
Yeah, but let me just finish a quick point quickly. And this particular businessman, there was somebody who was very hostile to the revolution, and he said to me, that was before the BTRs came. He said when he was offered the weapons, he expressed a similar sentiment like the young man you just mentioned. He said, "This is going to be trouble," and he left the fort. He said, "I flew from the fort and went to my home." But they're not, and then I don't know, TCL 12, they're not.
Take Denat first, yeah. Denat?
They're not?
Unmute your mic, Denat. Denat, your mic is muted.
Yes. Unmute your mic, please. Oh boy, we have a connection problem. There's somebody called TCL. Sorry?
While you wait on Denat, can I jump in?
Okay.
Oh, Chris. Okay, because there's somebody with TCL 10. I don't know who the person is. Can you open your video, please?
Yeah.
Because you don't have a name, you just have a right. Go ahead.
Me up to TCL.
You wanted to say something? You had a question?
TCL 10.
Unmute yourself, please.
Unmute, yeah, your camera, but you're muted.
Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate your patience. I've got a question for Comrades Mark and Callist. Can you guys tell us where?
Hold on. There's a little distortion in your thing. Can you make sure your mic is clear? Because there's a distortion in the back.
Go ahead.
Okay. Can you guys tell us where Bernard Caldwell was taken into custody? What were the circumstances surrounding his being taken into custody?
We didn't hear all of what you said. Where was who?
Bernard Cole.
Oh, Bernard Cole.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so if anybody can help with that.
Where was Bernard Cole when what?
Where was Bernard Cole taken into custody? I think that's what you asked. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, what I said before that, when they took Maurice from his home, we took Bernard onto Fort Frederick for his own safety, because there was attempt to come back and take the weapons from that house, from the security unit, and that was right in where he was. So to avoid any danger to him and his family, we had to take him out from that environment and take him to Full Fair Trade. That's where we took him.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if my question was answered.
Yeah, so you have to clarify then.
Yes, I'm talking about when the Americans took him into custody.
Oh, okay. I can't help you with that. I don't know if anybody else can.
The thing about it, we left Bernard when they decided to surrender. They asked us to leave, and they said they would turn over themselves to the Americans. So that was somewhere around the morning of the 26th. Yes, they decided to leave where we were, what our command post was. They decided to walk away from that and turn themselves in.
And where was that?
You mean which part of Grenada?
Yes,
okay, that was in Monjalo. We was up at where the German embassy used to be. That's where we were with him.
In Monjalo, did you hear?
Monjalo.
Yes, I'm hearing clearly.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, John. Denot?
Val?
Chris, you wanted to say something before Denot?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Concerning the lady that said that the initial firing came from the soldiers and not from the fort. That's kind of like think critically. None of our soldiers were basically shot in their backs. So it means that they were shot while they were going up from the front. And if they were going up the fort and they were shot in their front parts, then it means that the firing came from the top. Unless they were walking backwards and the soldiers from the bottom shot them, which is highly unlikely.
Okay. Thanks for the clarification.
Where is Denot?
Denot, we're still trying to get you.
Your mic is muted, Denot.
Can you hold on?
Turn off your mic.
So you have to turn one off.
I've turned one off. Can you hear me?
Much better now.
Okay, Denot, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dennis.
Luxury Christmas.
Can you hear me?
Documentaries on 4. Sponsored by Ford Cougar Plug-in Hybrid.
Okay, guys, there's not a background noise, please. Could we get that background noise?
Can you hear me? There is no background noise here. It's coming from somewhere else.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, very, very, very quickly. Last year, Grenada for Whatever and the Committee for Human Rights in Grenada, UK, launched a campaign designed to recover the remains of Maurice Bishop and the other comrades that were shot with him. Now, we come from different sides of arguments, but what we are determined is that the family of these people and the Grenadian people in general should have the body of this illustrious man. Despite mistakes that people make, he is a Grenadian, he is one of us. We are clear from pictorial evidence, from written evidence, from documentary evidence that's available from the Library of Congress, that the bodies of Maurice Bishop were recovered by the United States Army. Grenada is 133 square miles in square mileage. The American forces that eventually defeated the PRA and the militia was 8 to 10,000 in strength. If they're claiming that the body of Maurice Bishop cannot be found, then they're very incompetent, and I don't believe they are. Now, the reason I'm saying this is to answer the question raised earlier, which is, Why are they raising this issue of Bernard Cord and all of these various rumors that are being spread in Grenada? Unfortunately, it appears through the mouth of Comrade Hudson Austin. I'll tell you why, and we've discussed this up here. Outside of Grenada, and outside of that small hothouse of people who have drunk the Kool-Aid, Bernard Cord is being considered as a phenomenal educationalist. He has spoken at numerous events over Zoom. He has visited Grenada and has attended over 6 meetings throughout England. He has spoken at the University of Birmingham, and he has republished a book that he first published in the United Kingdom called How the West Indian Child is Made Educationally Subnormal in the English Education System. This book was republished earlier this year to phenomenal reviews. Recently, he has spoken at a nationally recognized law office organized Zoom meeting, answering questions on the book. And he has spoken at the British Association of Educational Psychologists on the lessons learned from his experience when working as a youth worker amongst white youths and being asked by Black parents to write this book. Now, what does that tell you? It tells you that Bernard Cord is being recognized for what he is outside of Grenada. Secondly, it is indisputable. It would be amazing otherwise if the Americans did not have the bodies of Morris Bishop. Maybe they left it by the side of the road somewhere. I don't know, maybe they forgot it in a post office. Who knows? We don't know. But let's look at what they did with Osama bin Laden's body. They made sure they got it, and they made sure they destroyed it. If you look at the history of all the slave revolts in Grenada from Faidon onwards, and the slave revolts in America, when they got the bodies of the rebel leaders, they made sure they hid them away or destroyed them. Now, these two factors, one of which is extremely embarrassing, has caused them to have pause for thought. So what are they going to do? Well, you know our history, both East Indian and African, is an oral history. You know that if an accident happened in Monjaloo, by the time the rumor gets up, by the time the news gets up to Satez, more than 100 people have been killed in that accident because we're an oral people. And here you have some very, very funny and attractive stories. Bernard Cord is supposed to be, and remember, he must have been about 20 stones in weight at the time. He was not a thin man. He's supposed to be hiding in a wardrobe in order to assault the girlfriends of Morris Bishop when Morris left and then pounce on them. Now, that's a story that will rage around the island because it is so phenomenal. Well, how did he manage to do that? Where were his security? Were they in the cupboard with him?
Exactly.
I don't know where the security was, because after the Queen's Park bombing, we became much more serious about personal security. It wasn't a show. It wasn't that we wanted to bamboozle people. Look at us, we got security. If the timing of the bomb in Queen's Park had been better, there would have been no Bernard Cord, no Morris Bishop, no Unison Whiteman. So we then took security very seriously. Bernard Cord couldn't go anywhere without his security. Impossible. And you must know that, John, because you were with his security detail.
Exactly.
The other one is that, this was one put against Phyllis Cord, based upon her being foreign, a Jamaican, being light-skinned, so racism, being a woman, is that she was supposed to have gone into the treasury and stuffed Grenadians' money into her panties and into her bra. That story has been revived in order to discredit the deceased Phyllis Cord. Why is it being done? It's being done because the Americans are in a quandary. They cannot come to the Grenadians and say, well, we took the body of your leader away. They can't do that. So they are diverting people's attention. It's like when a trickster or a magician is performing a trick, they try and bamboozle you by taking your attention away. And it is a very nice story. I've spoken to Bernard. I mean, I call him the sex bomb Bernard. I didn't realize he had this in him, that he was this great Lothario. We laugh about it, but we realize the seriousness of it. And so that is the story. Now, if anyone wants to believe that story, it's up to them. There's nothing much we can do. As Chris Park said, I think it was Chris Park said before, the Americans know what to do in terms of their propaganda, how to get local people divided against local people. And this is what they've done. And I'll wind up. But let us just consider the facts. Also, in closing, why is it that all of those people who profess their love for Morris so much have done nothing to recover his body? You're professing your love. You're going on newspapers and writing how you love Morris. You're going and giving lectures about how you were Morris's personal information person and so on. You're going around the world. Join us in the campaign to recover the remains of Morris instead of talking bad about other people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You know, again, that's what another laughable part of E.T.'s thing about Bernard in the closet. From my time working with Bernard, I know, let me say something here that might shock many people, okay? And I said to Bernard when I visited him in the prison, and I want you to listen very carefully. Making that statement today publicly, I did not like Bernard, okay? Prior to working with him, because I was told that he was that evil person, that he wanted to want power and all stuff like that. But when I began working with him and working with other ministers, I saw his work ethics, his love for family, love for country. I asked myself the question, who are they talking about? Is this the same Bernard I heard about? Because what I'm seeing here, the evidence doesn't match up with what people are saying about him. You see? So I was young and I was being told by other people at that young age, 15, 16 years old, that who he was. When I got in there, after working with Morris, I saw this person who was cultivating.
Recording in progress.
Trying to build somebody. So I told him personally, I didn't like him. I told him why I didn't like him. When I saw his work ethics, I was prepared to die for him. That was as a personal security, take the bullet from him. That was my position. And I maintain that position till today. You see? Because when you see somebody doing what they did, putting their life out there and taking responsibility for work done and to get it done, you have, I want the revolution to survive, and the person that was doing work for it, I dedicate my life to that, to ensure that he was not harmed. Yeah, at all times, step by step, every day, I go out there with him. I was prepared to die, protecting him. So when H.E. making the point about about womanizing, let me start with that one. Go ahead, Chris.
So Alan had his hand up for a long time, and then I'll come to you.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Alan.
Sorry, I mean, it probably doesn't include the last of the interviews that Hudson gave. We did actually do a very detailed response to the first couple, actually providing a great deal of evidence to negate what Hudson was saying. And I'm sad to say most of that actually comes from affidavits signed by Hudson Austin. So, for instance, the problem around the investigation, we've got evidence that, in fact, they were trying to get the phone number for the Commonwealth out of the Governor General, who supposedly was doing this but failing to deliver. And they suspected he wasn't going to bother. Nothing to do with Bernard Cord at all. And yet all of a sudden he's being blamed for it. So a lot of what has been said, I think, is totally untrue. We provided something in writing to show how untrue it was. And as is often the case, the Grenadian press wouldn't print it.
Wow.
Yeah. And,
not surprising because it doesn't fit the narrative.
No,
but Chris, you wanted to say something, and then I wanted to make a quick comment. I'm also noticing that it's 5:03, and we were planning to end at 5 o'clock. So we just take up to, maybe if with your permission, we could go to 5:15, which means we can only take a couple more questions.
Yeah.
And then we can allow the John's facility on Zoom. If anybody wants to connect with each other who have not been in touch and, can meet each other on this call afterwards, because last time when we had an event for March 13th, we found that a lot of people from around the world had not been in touch for a long time, and they were happy for the occasion to see and meet each other on a Zoom call, after many years. So we probably leave after 5:15. If you interested, we could do that for a couple of minutes later. Chris?
Yeah, well, what I wanted to say was the first person I know, and John, you might know this, that was put under house arrest during the revolution was a Central Committee member. I'm not going to mention any name now. And he was put under house arrest basically by Bernard Cord. And why was he put under house arrest? Because he was not living the life of a honorable husband to his wife.
Mm. Yeah.
And he was managed by Bernard and told that he had to stay home with his wife for 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Can you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Bernard was a family man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
thanks for the reminder. I wanted to add that in the last couple of years, we are all, for those of us who know, have seen, as Alan mentioned, the relaunch of his book in the UK. And what struck me most is the fact that the documentary that was made by somebody as famous as Steve McQueen, who is the producer or director or whatever is the correct word, of 12 Years a Slave, that the BBC has produced a documentary on Bernard's work in the UK, the BBC, on Bernard's work, and it was done in collaboration with Steve McQueen, and we know the stature of Steve McQueen. So you can see that in the world, and Bernard is contracted to do lectures and so in different parts of the world, and including Jamaica.
Yeah.
So when the question was asked about the interview and why that interview now and why the positions that HA is taken, I guess some of us have serious questions about it, because we recognize that the way the system works is that he's not supposed to resurface after all of that propaganda, as a human being who is humanitarian, who is brilliant, who is doing good work in the world. That doesn't fit the narrative. So it has to be countered.
Yes.
Because then people will have to have questions. Exactly. And they don't want to be questioned about it. Because then that would bring back questions about 1983 as well. So there's some of us who are not surprised by this new launch on Bernard's reputation, based on the fact of how elsewhere in the world he's being perceived and his work is receiving the prominence that is due to it.
Right. Another thing that I often hear from people and making comments about Bernard in particular, about the revolution, and he was not in Grenada, he wasn't involved in the revolution, in the revolution and stuff like that. I want to remind persons that on March 13, 1979, if you read the book by Lieutenant Colonel Ewart Lane, you'll recognize that Bonard was the one who actually spearheaded the attack on the barracks as well. So persons who claiming that he wasn't there, people don't know also that the OC came into being because of Bonard, right? So a number of things that people not hearing, not knowing, they have the assumption. I think H.M. mentioned in his interview as well. Bonard wasn't there. He was there. And as a matter of fact, there's a book called Big Sky, Little Bullets, where reference was made that Maurice Bishop's speech was written by Bonard Code on that morning, and Bonard said to him, "You are the Prime Minister today." And Maurice said, "No, you have to decide that." And Bonard said, "No, you are the Prime Minister." All right. But I further investigated that it was not Bonard who wrote this speech; it was Phyllis who wrote Maurice's speech on that morning for him. Okay. See, so when persons making the claim that and perhaps Chris Parks will correct me if I'm wrong here too, that when decision was taken, Maurice wasn't in favor of it either. So a lot of stuff people doesn't know, and they blame Bonard and say he had just come. He wasn't nowhere, he wasn't in struggle, he didn't get beaten up in Grenville and stuff like that. You know, so all these claims that was made that about Bonard, anti-Bonard claims, you know, the evidence really doesn't prove that. The real evidence doesn't show that, right? All of this stuff, and persons who want to go back to my show on Facebook, where I had spoken to Bonard in public on my show. We had about 9 sessions with Bonard on Gemfm, talking about the CC, talking about the formation of the OC and stuff like that. So all of this was there and it's documented. So persons, I would encourage you to read seriously take readings, go and get the information. We have some of them here. I think senior committee mates and those who need it. I could forward it to you. Perhaps Alan could forward some of the mates from the CC and the central committee minutes for leading up towards that day, the October 19th. All right. So it's all documented. It's not hearsay from anybody, but serious minutes from the central committee that could be distributed now because it's all released publicly released information that persons can read now and make their own judgment call based on apart from the rumors that they've been hearing about Bonard and what happened in Grenada and so on. Yeah, Val?
Okay, we have 2 more questions in the chat. So the first one is, how many soldiers were shot on Fort Rupert on the day? I imagine they're talking about the soldiers that were killed like on the BTR. I'm not sure the number, so maybe Chris also or John can help with that. And the other question is, what was Austin's role on October 19? Was he in command of the army? So first is, how many soldiers, if you are familiar with them?
So Officer Cadet Mays, Warrant Officer Mason,
2,
Dorset Peters,
3,
who died jumping from the ops room, and there was another one that was hardly ever heard about. That's one called Nathan, that was found a couple of days after he had jumped over the wall on the side to the hospital. So
that's 4.
That's 4. Yeah. That's
okay.
4 dead. And
Simon,
4 dead, and you had the Lance Corporal.
Hold on.
No, that was just
Palmer is coming. Anthony's coming.
Nolan?
Yes. No, when he mentioned Nathan, because Nathan was one of my roommates on the fort. You know,
okay.
He
right.
Yeah, when the shooting started, he jumped over the wall at the mess hall, right at the back there, and then his neck got penetrated with some glory cedar bushes, like
branches.
Glory cedar trees. Wow. That was there, and it penetrated his neck. Because I saw him, I witnessed it.
Wow.
You know? Yeah. So that's one of those things that I have to live with. You know, that over the years, you know, I had like nightmares and all of that stuff. You know, good to see one of your comrades.
I wanted to ask you if you ever got any assistance, professional help to process all of these memories, because I mean, that must have been a lot. And I know there are a lot of people from Grenada who went through that experience in various forms that really now we know the more about mental health and the impact it has on all of our lives and health. It's really important. Have you ever tried to get help for?
No, I haven't. I was 16 at the time. No, I never got any help. I was never offered any help. You know, it's something that I had to, you know, basically detox myself. You know, when I became a father, you know, a lot of that stuff, you know, raising my own kids and stuff like that. You know, I learned how to, you know, to deal with those things, you know, as it comes. But no, for your question, I never got any help. I was never offered any help.
I want to ask you something, Nolan. You say you witnessed the execution. How do you deal with that now? I mean, you saw the execution. How do you that was be very traumatic for you seeing the could you tell us a little bit about that?
You know, for years, and I say that, you know, when I you know, I always tell people that, you know, you guys doesn't know.
Can you turn on the camera? Can you turn on the camera?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons why I say that I would never join any like the military or ever hold a gun, you know, ever again, based on what I witnessed, you know, in one day, you know, to see all of those things. You know, because after it's all said and done, we, like myself, we had to round up the bodies and all of that stuff, give an account, like to count, you know, to make sure that there was no one left behind, you know, after they round up the bodies and all of that stuff. And it takes us, if on the top of my head, I think it was 22 bodies in total that they had removed from the fort that night. You know, onto the dump truck, and you know, they take it away. But yeah, I you know, it's been very for years. It's been very you know, traumatizing, very traumatic. So,
hold on, I know you make.
So if I may, I'm sorry, guys. If I may, I'm listening. Go ahead.
Hold on a second.
Sure.
Before you come in, Nolan make mention of the total amount of bodies that was counted and put on the truck, the dead bodies. There was a rumor that hundreds of people died on the fort that day. All right? So that, I also want to pin that in right there. That is 22 bodies that they counted and put on the truck. Go ahead. Who was asking?
This is Marlene here, and I'm listening to this, and my heart is like ripping out of my chest right now. It's one of the most horrific memories that I have to live with is the memory of my dad, Norris Bain, who was murdered by a plot that was masterminded by Bernard Code. So it's horrifying to listen to bodies and how many put on dump trucks, and my dad is one of those. So I hope you guys are understanding where I'm coming from. It's a very, very traumatizing to hear the rendition of what occurred.
Yeah.
Well, we totally understand, and Marley, we will ask you the same question. Have you gotten yourself any psychological assistance or help to overcome this? Because this has been traumatic for many people, and at the time, we didn't even know that is something you should do. We just tried, you know, in our culture, it was grin and bear it, you know.
And that is true. Culturally, we are, you know, these are things that we have to deal with on our own. And that's what I've dealt with in the many years since my dad was murdered. But hearing this rendition of what occurred and the depiction of bodies being thrown in it was just, for me, my heart has just been ripped out of my body right now.
Okay, no, you know, I sympathize with you, and you know, I'm sorry for your loss. But at the same time, you know, if you need to talk to me or whatever, or you need, you know, more information as to what went on, you know, I'll be happy to talk to you off camera or wherever, you know, if you
absolutely. And this is part of why we need to have these conversations, and they're very difficult conversations to have. I cannot even pretend to understand what you have. You have yours, John. Everybody has a different piece of that whole pie of the trauma of 83, right?
Exactly.
And in the past, it was very difficult for even people to sit down and talk about it.
Listen to me.
This is part of why it is so important to have this conversation. I want to encourage you, as hard as it is, one, to get the support and help professional help that will allow you to process this trauma or the several ones in different ways. And secondly, to be able to move beyond it in terms of the quality of life that you could experience and even be in a position to, I don't know, you don't have to choose to identify or interact with anybody else, but you know, I don't know what we say to that. And I too add my sorrow for your loss.
Yeah, I wonder, because you know what, one of the things, and I want to make mention of it, the night I went up there with another senior member of the Central Committee and we went to the hospital to visit and see what's happening and what was the damage done, and done an assessment. We went there, and I remember having an ice cream that night. I was having to just thirsty. I wanted ice cream, and I couldn't finish the ice cream. And the same time, Abdullah and Gabriel was putting the boys on the truck, and I was like, damn, you know, it hit me here. What's going on here? And for years, until 2003, I was able to really have an ice cream again. Yeah, I used to be tossing and turning and couldn't sleep for years. I couldn't sleep. Just recently again, I had a conversation with somebody, and in the night my wife would say, What's wrong with you? I was just going off. I was sweating, and just the memory of those events, it really traumatized me as well. And for me, I imagine that you see those things. It wasn't there in the actual killing, but you saw the bodies, and you see people. I remember going to a hospital, the amount of people I saw on the floor. For me, those with broken legs and stuff like that. As a good friend of mine, a classmate of mine, I saw her there. Her feet was broken, and I'm thinking, oh my God, what did you do? She said, I jumped. You know, so it's hard, and I try a lot of times to just to see how I could really get myself back together without having to deal with the trauma. But it's always there. It hurts a lot. And for a person who talking about asking Bernard Cook for the body, he have no idea where the bodies was.
So I just want to close with one thing. I think for me, my professional therapy will be getting to the bottom of all what happened and getting the truth. That's all I need for closure. I don't need professional therapy. I need to get to the bottom of this. And we need people to be accountable for what took place in Grenada on October 19th. Accountability. And I'm not sure that happened as yet. I'm not sure that ever happened.
Well, we some of us share that too, because we recognize that the accountability has not happened across the board, you know. And you know, the other sad thing about it, and maybe I don't know if we could say it's unfortunate, is that it's like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. Depending on where people were, they experience certain things, and for them it's their truth. You can't deny that that's what they experience, right? And that's part of what has allowed me to move forward, even if we all carry you know, we all carry issues from residual issues from that experience. But if you speak to like Nolan, who was at the gate, and you speak to a Leonie or one of the female soldiers that were up on the fort when they came in and disarmed them and abused them verbally, and so then the people led by Morris, and so I can't speak for your father, I don't know, but I have spoken to Leonie and others of the soldiers who were in the various passages up on the fort, and their experience. And look, you have Nolan here as one of them. That's a very different experience of if you were part of the demonstration and part of the crowd, you may not have even known what happened, or if you were a soldier, you would not have known what the people who were up at Mount Welldale experienced, or what this businessman told me he experienced out on the fort when they were trying to hand him guns, or somebody who was by the telephone company, or somebody who went to the market square waiting for Morrison there to come to the market square to talk to them, and then found that no, there was a different plan, and they went up to the fort. So because of the wide scope and the amount of emotional, not even adrenaline, I think Nolan raised it well when he said the adrenaline that was happening. You know, people experience, real life experience, and their perceptions of the experience are vastly different. vastly. As I said, only recently when I spoke to doggies, and he told me about his experience, and I know doggies for so long, I was so shocked that he was on the BTR and he could explain to me what happened to the soldiers who got shot and killed on the BTR. So at least if we could appeal to each other to have a sense, like you said, openness to find out, to get even more information, to understand. And even when we can't or don't get it for a while, we still are prepared to heal from the trauma of that experience. Because I was in Cuba at the time, and I could tell you about a totally different experience up there with the students and so that were going through their own set of trauma. So it's very complex. So I'm really also grateful to people like Alan, who has dedicated his life, Alan, and supported by Noreen, to digging and digging and digging and digging for the truth, you know? And it doesn't end here. It doesn't end here. You know, it will continue, and as others of you find bits and pieces of putting this whole puzzle together, hopefully one day we will, if not us, our children or great-grandchildren will finish putting that whole jigsaw puzzle together.
Another thing I want to mention, Bernard is very instrumental, one or the other, in ensuring that the bodies be returned to Grenada. He's working behind the scenes, a lot of people trying to get the Americans to return the bodies to Grenada. He made it clear that the bodies should be returned to the families. The Americans have it, and they should return it. And that's part of his campaign, to ensure that the bodies return to Grenada. Okay.
So John, we are at 5:24. I don't know if there's anything else anybody is interested to do. Anybody is?
I think there is one
suggestion or
TLC, TCL.
TCL has another question or comment.
Yes. Are you guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go
yes,
ahead.
we hear you now.
The bodies of the 4 soldiers were buried. Were they buried in the same mass?
Yes, actually, what happened is that the what do you call it now? An epitaph has been constructed only in recent years in the St. George's Cemetery, right? I don't know. Chris could probably give more details. They have
actually, I know Dorset Peters was buried in Granville Cemetery.
Oh, he was buried there, but I know there's a tomb or something that was put up in St.
Yeah, they have something on.
I don't know if his name is on the epitaph, but there was something constructed in St. George's Cemetery.
But I think what
that monument in the
different.
Cemetery are for the soldiers that died on the 25th.
Yeah.
Oh, so what about the ones who died on the 4th? So Dorset is in Granville.
Mays was buried in the St. George's Cemetery in the St. George's Cemetery. I don't know where Nathan was buried. As you said, John, Dorset was buried in Granville.
Yeah, Dorset was buried in Granville.
Yeah. So I know Mays was buried in the cemetery in St. George's, and yeah.
I don't know where Mason was buried.
But I
don't know where.
I know when Nathan, for sure, where Nathan was part of the bodies that was carried away on that night.
So he was okay.
Okay. That, yes.
Okay. So their bodies were treated with some level of decency, and the other comrades just thrown in a mass grave. Now we're saying that the Americans have it.
Yes. Yes.
But you are saying that Nathan is one of them. He was a soldier, and he was also with the 22 bodies.
Yes.
Okay. I know that the Presentation Boys College, I don't know if it's a special group or did a project investigating that whole issue of the remains and where they are. They had a report. I'm not sure of all the details of what came up, but they did like a research project to investigate that. I also heard that somebody like at was it Clinton Bailey or somebody, an undertaker, was interviewed some time ago regarding some issues around that. I don't know who has the most information. I don't know, maybe Dennis can tell us
I think
progress they make.
The church, I think the conference at churches actually did an investigation even before the presentation brothers, young leaders. And I learned that a couple of years ago, attending the memorial for our soldiers on 25th of October, a couple of years ago, when that question for the remains was asked by Dr. Sonia Nixon. And before anyone could answer, Father Sean that came out and he said that he's the best person to answer that question. And he described how the investigation went and that kind of stuff. And he had promised the final report was not yet published. And he said that he was partly to be blamed because and it would soon be released and that kind of stuff. But to date, it has not been. And some very interesting things came out of that investigation. The bodies were taken to St. George's University where they were identified, etc. At the anatomy department, and the remains that were handed over for the Baileys to dispose of. When the investigation was being done and the site was excavated, it was found that none of the body parts that had been dug up was belonging to any Grenadian. So it's apparent that the Americans passed off other people's body parts for the Grenadians and that kind of stuff. So, I'm just hoping that one day that this investigation, the report would come out and the Grenadian people, because families, regardless to how things happen and how we felt, everybody needs that closure.
Yep.
And in closing, I would like to say this, that we are going to face an uphill battle trying to get the remains of Morris and the others. And one of the things that we have to understand is that distractions are going to come fast and furious along the way, because that was the period of time in Grenada's history where Grenadians were most united, most empowered, and felt part of the process of the governance of their country. The Americans never liked that, and that's one of the reasons why the revolution collapsed. And they're going to try to keep our people divided by trying to always distract. Anytime we try to move on, they're going to try to put those distractions. So you have to be very, very careful. They don't want Grenadians to become united again, because they realize that when Grenadians are united, Grenadians can be a force to be reckoned.
So let me say thanks on behalf of Gemfm. Although John is here, he can say it himself as well. On behalf of Grenada Forward Ever, of the Committee for Human Rights in Grenada, based in the UK, and Friends of the Revolution, let me say thanks, closing thanks to everybody for attending. We hope that by continuing to engage in these conversations, we will edge forward closer and closer to the truth, recognizing even that different people's truths are different for them and for the situation. But still, we think there's so many unanswered questions or so many different versions that, it's not helping us. It's not helping our personal, individual healing, nor the national healing process. And we sometimes feel a sense that our nation remains divided, not just about this issue, but the grieving has not happened. We have not found the bodies. There's grieving on all sides. So I feel like a little bit like how South Africans might have felt at one point in time when they had, when Bishop Tutu arranged this national reconciliation process, and not just talk, but a genuine process where we can be opening our hearts enough to listen to others, to hear them, to hear their pain, and to try to get to the truth. We would like, if it is desired, to have persons, if you want to spend some time talking. I think John has a video that he wants to play. We wanted to play the Forward March Against Imperialism record video. And we know that in the hand of all of that, when people give you some stories about the hands of the US post-invasion, it would almost blow all our minds. So we can spend some time doing that. If John will play the video, and then for those who are interested to stay on and maybe talk or share or do whatever you feel comfortable doing as we bring this formal part of the event to a close.
Yes. I want to say this here. I want to thank everybody.
Sorry, I forgot to thank Chris and Norland especially.
Yeah.
For being open and sharing your stories as well as Alan for pursuing this in the way, and Noreen for pursuing it in the way that they have. Thank you very much, everybody.
You're welcome.
And I want to say good night again. Thank everyone for being here, being part of this movement for change, and to bring out and as much as we could unearth to bring up the more information here. I'm hoping in the future I'll get more of the people who are directly involved in the process to bring them here to have an open discussion about what happened in October 1983 based on the evidence that we have. I also want to say something that I didn't say earlier on. We also, the security forces also discovered in the process there was a plot to also kill Bernard, right? Before there was a discovered plot to assassinate Bernard before all that happened. But besides all of that, I want to say to us that our common enemy is still the U.S. government, still our common enemy, and that is our biggest fight. But we have to find our ways to comfort each other and to help each other grow out of this, because it's not easy. And the people who lost their loved ones, I'm telling you, it's not easy losing a loved one, and especially the way they was lost. And for the Bain family, the Whiteman family, the Bishop's family, and many others, it is traumatic, and it's still hurting today still for many people. And I think somebody made mention about therapy, and I want to say this because a lot of times I'm not denying that we don't need therapy, we do need it, but the availability and the cost for it in some cases, some people can't afford it. So that is one thing that has to be dealt with, because people Nolan who witness this, yes, in his subconscious mind, there is still that lingering and that suffering going on, and it may be written on his forehead, but it's there. Myself and other persons who have seen and been around, and people who lost their loved one need that help. I know that my Bain sister is saying that she don't care about that, something to that effect, but she want to know the root cause of what happened and why her father was killed. It still shows a level of trauma that need to be addressed still, to counsel out of that. Because we might deny that we need it, or we might deny that it's okay, I just want to know that, but deep down inside, psychologists will tell you that this is a sign of a hurting person still, and that need to be addressed. So I want to say that if there's anybody who willing to help with the counseling of those soldiers, the families should really, if they could volunteer the time to ensure that they come to it, that would be a great asset, a good help to them. So I just want to put that in there. Again, we are Gemfm Radio, and I'm here every day, 24 hours of radio. You can check us on the website at www.gemfm.ca. We have different programming right through the day. And coming from here tonight, from this show at 8 o'clock, we'll be having an open discussion again, a talk show called Talking Point. We'll be looking at the greater budget coming up right at 8 o'clock tonight. So, and you could join us every Saturday morning right here on Gemfm for Caribbean Connections, which I host that other show as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a plum pleasing pleasure as well as a privilege to be here with you. We say forever, backward never. I don't know if Alan want to close, as Alan wants to say anything else, if anybody has any questions before we finish off here, and I'll be happy to get out. So, anybody else? And before I just play this song, I think TCL, you still have your hands up? The one good question you had?
I think his hand was up the whole time.
Okay, so
He didn't put it down. So, and he asked
Okay.
twice, 2 different times.
Okay, so I'm gonna just switch. Oh, that's what I'm playing. Okay, I mute somebody here. Okay.
I just want to say goodbye, everybody, and thank you if anybody's still there.
Yes, we're still here.
I just had to go to the loo. But really, really appreciate everyone's participation.
Okay, I'll play this song in the meantime.
Glory.
Thank you.
Rupert march to Ugly House, forward march. Alistair march against oppression, forward march. Now Grenadians of all your nation, end of misery and oppression. So we fill Grenada full with our song. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. Forward march, forward march, forward march against imperialism. March to God for federation, forward march. We all fight for liberation, forward march. Now Grenadians across the nation, end of misery and oppression. So we fill Grenada full with our song. Forward march, forward march, forward march against imperialism. Forward march, forward march, forward march against imperialism. We have fought colonialism, forward march. We will fight imperialism, forward march. Now Grenadians of all the nation, end of misery and oppression. So we fill Grenada full with our song. Forward march, forward march, forward march against imperialism. Forward march, forward march, forward march against imperialism. We the workers fight for justice, forward march. In this struggle we are united, forward march. For now that we have fought the nation, we'll end corruption and oppression, and we build Grenada with these very hands. Forward march, forward march, forward march against imperialism. Forward march, forward march, forward march against imperialism.
Hey.
Forward march to Hungry House, forward march. And it's the march against oppression, forward march. Now Grenadians of all their nation, end of misery and oppression. So we fill Grenada full with our song. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. March to God for federation, forward march. We all fight for liberation, forward march. Now Grenadians across the nation, end of misery and oppression. So we fill Grenada full with our song. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. We have fought colonialism, forward march. We will fight imperialism, forward march. Now Grenadians of all the nation, end of misery and oppression. So we fill Grenada full with our song. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. We the workers fight for justice, forward march. In this struggle we are united, forward march. For now that we have called the nation, we'll end corruption and oppression. And we build Grenada with his very hands. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism.
Forward march. Let us domestic integration, forward march. Now Canadians have a vision. The hand of misery and oppression. So we build Grenada full with our song. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. Wicked thought colonialism. Forward march. We will fight imperialism. Forward march. And now Grenadians have a vision. The head of misery and oppression. So we fill Grenada full with our soul. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism.
I don't know if anybody wanted to connect up with anybody else that they're seeing on the call, because we still have a few people here. Was there anybody who wanted to give a shout out to anybody else? No? Okay, so I'll leave it up to you. I see John still have the video going, so I'll leave that up to you.
I'll let the video run out and people can see, just go back and reminisce on the day and other things that have been said. And anybody needs it, they could ask. We could supply with all the information that is there. Persons can get information to get more enlightened on what really happened in Grenada. So again, that is information that is public information that people could get. So they should subscribe to it, get more enlightened. Evidence that lead up to the 19th. Not so people again. People want information. So why the thing turned the way it turned out? That video have some information in it that persons can read and digest for themselves, dissect for themselves, and see what is in it and how they can address some of this stuff based on what they're asking, what they're looking for. It's all good information. So I encourage you to get the information. I think it's on YouTube, but you could actually, if you want it, you could ask me. My email is gemfm.ca@gmail.com. You could get it. I could leave me email in the box, and I could actually send it to you, so you could have it.
Comrade Callis.
Yes, Andre, how you doing, man?
Comrade Gary Alexander here.
Alexander, how you doing?
I'm doing well, my brother. Thank you very much, and to the comrades who participated. So I'd like to say,
you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Okay. The decision-making process. When imperialism is invading, just capitulate. So,
wow, you hear terrible feedback from you. The feedback is very terrible.
Okay. Can you tell us wrong in the decision-making process to just turn yourself in when imperialism is invading? Why not fight?
Pardon me?
Why not fight the invading enemy? Why turn yourself in?
Why turn yourself in? Sometimes you have to leave to fight another day. It's one of the things. When you're overwhelmed, a lot of people says fight, but today we are here to relate these stories. Would have gone untold by many people. You see, sometimes the people, not all heroes are die. Some heroes live to tell these stories. You see, if a deadline never tell the story of the hunter. Yeah.
Indeed. I would say let's put the cliches. Do you think if our commander-in-chief was alive, that he would capitulate to an invading enemy?
If he was alive?
If he was alive, and the enemy is invading, do you think he would have said, let's turn ourselves in?
No, I wouldn't even go there to say that. I mean, there is a lot of different circumstances that unfolded in that event. So when you have no communication with your troops, you can't communicate with troops in the south, in the east, and the west. You're totally blocked out. What other recourse do you have? And all your soldiers, most of the soldiers can't contact your base. There's no way to communicate. What would you do?
We have an invading enemy invading our shows.
And that's what. So here I like the question because it's wow. There's a lot of distortion. I read a lot of distortion in the back.
I'm not sure if I change my position, if that would help. But yeah, we have an invading enemy.
Look, I was a soldier at the time, and I was not willing to give up. I continued fighting thereafter. I didn't give up just like that. All right. A matter of fact, we went and started planning what we could do to attack the Americans on the ground. And we tried many attempts, we did different things. But again, 10 of us continue to do that, it doesn't help with 8,000 soldiers on the ground. So what are you going to do? Sometimes you have to use wisdom in fighting a battle. In fighting a war, use wisdom. Yeah? I think wisdom had to come into play here. Yeah? Wisdom had to come into play. And that was, hold on. Okay, let me get back to this. Val, is still there anybody else? I 23 persons here. Let me see. I'll go back.
Yeah, are you hearing me?
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Yeah, I am Denzel Wilkes.
How are you doing, Denzel?
I'm well. I was there during the invasion.
Right.
And the lack of communication made it almost impossible for there. I heard the comrade mentioning about fighting.
Yeah.
But there was first of all, the country was bitterly divided at the time.
Yes.
And people weren't trusting each other.
Mhm.
And so nobody even knew exactly where physically, geographically, the invading forces were located at different times.
Mhm.
And so in terms of attacking, you didn't even know where your colleagues were. So, I mean, it was almost unrealistic. There were about a dozen ships surrounding the country. And the country is so tiny that, I mean, this may be a little exaggeration, but the ships were almost in touching distance of each other.
Right.
When they were firing, for example, at Butler House, and I lived just below Butler House, and they were utilizing the ship to shore weapons. I mean, the only thing you could hope is that they never overshot their target, or else all of us who were living on the other side of Butler House would be gone. So, I mean, responding in an organized way militarily was very close to being impossible.
Impossible, yes. And you know, another thing, I mean, the little pockets of us that was, I mean, up on Monjaloo trying to hit back at Fort Frederick in the night, that was just, I mean, little minute effect on the actual route of the invaders. You know, might kill 2 soldiers here and there, but there is nothing else. I mean, you just feel good, kill 2 soldiers and that's it. But in the overall scheme of things, to win the world battle, you have to be alive now to continue the fight. You couldn't win that battle, you know, but the war still continues. The war continues, and that's where you
Agreed.
You know, and people will say, why give up? Why surrender? Well, you know, you have to live to fight another day, and I maintain my position that not all battles you win, not all war you win, not all battles you win, always win the war, and that's where the war still continues. That's why they keep putting the propagation, that narrative about the revolution leaders, the 17. They keep pushing that head, so people will not come together, never come together, you know, and continue to resist what's going on, the leadership. Then still see them as the enemy. You understand? It's one thing about I've learned about. I learned this, and there's an old man who said that to me one time. You know, he said the shepherd always warned the sheep about the wolf. Yeah. And at the end of the day, the shepherd end up eating the sheep, making mutton out of the sheep. You know, so we have to be very mindful that we don't just go say, well, you know, you shall fight and dead. You know, and if probably I died and many other persons just go fighting without any strategy, long-term strategy, I mean, who would you put in power? Who would you fight to put in power? You know what I mean? Where would you have gone? You know, all this stuff, a lot of stuff had to come into play. You know, where you do have the support of the people on the ground. Who you fighting for? The people? Were the people in your favor at the time? You know, so a lot of things have to be put into question. And you can't force people to follow you. That's a given. You know, people.
You know, John, I want to make a little observation as well. When we learned about the role of the Cubans, because for example, we were at the embassy in Cuba, not knowing what was going on because there's a break in transmission in telephone communications.
Yes.
The Cubans were extremely hostile to us, right? They never provided any help, anything. They were hostile. And that is why when we heard that Morris had approached Fidel to have the conversation with him while he was in Cuba, it was a little bit believable because it explained why the Cubans were so hostile.
Okay.
The irony of that situation, though, is that we know how Cuba functions. Cuba is a communist country, you know, no if, but, some, maybe, right? The narrative that we all heard and many of us have accepted and repeat as gospel is that Bernard was the one that was supposed to be the communist wanting to move the country along communist lines.
Yes.
More extreme communist lines, right? But that doesn't fit with what actually happened in the sense that Morris had gone through Cuba and had conversations with them. And also by the fact that when the Americans landed, the Cubans refused to fight. And if you recall that Grenada was not a military country with big military forces and a military experience compared to the Cubans. And that is why we took military consulting and expertise from the Cubans. So in a situation where the Cubans decided they're withdrawing, and I'm surprised, I didn't even know that, but Alan just shared that Fidel actually, acknowledged that he had received a message from Morris.
Yes. Well, not only that.
It kind of blows your mind because the narrative is that Bernard is the one that wanted to go communist.
Yeah,
and yet the evidence is showing that Morris is the one that was in communication and favored by the Cubans, and that the Cubans were upset and so did not want to resist the American invasion. So remember, you have to factor in that we were not a big military might or force compared to the Cubans, and we had Cubans there precisely to support and defend the revolution. So when they withdrew, who were our kind of nascent army to fight the US 6,000 to 8,000 people on the ground?
I know something I want to say too, because a lot of people mightn't, I mean, I know it. The Maurice new line of march, all right? That I know only people have the document, and that I'll lend to somebody, I haven't gotten it back. Maurice's new line of march. And if anybody have a copy of that, I would like to get back a copy of it. The person that had my copy died, so I have no way of getting back that copy of Maurice's new line of march. In that statement, in that new line of march, I think he make mention of Leiden Romney about taking the properties and stuff and using Leiden as an example, all right? And many other businessmen that he was planning to take properties from and use them and get rid of them as well. That was one thing. Now, on the question about the Cuban thing, we hear it spoken of with the Cuban talking about the Angola situation. Many people may not understand what the Angola situation is, and I'll give you like a snapshot about what that is. In Angola, the Cuban had supported one fraction in the Angolan struggle, and they end up executing and killing one fraction of it, the one that they support, the one they love, right? The leader they love. And eventually, Fidel come to apologize because he made a mistake thereafter. We was questioning, security force was questioning if we're gonna face, because based on the information intelligence received, and Maurice going to Cuba, we asked if we're gonna face an Angola situation if we show up at the airport, right? And for that reason, we decided that we're not going to take Bernard, accompany Bernard to the airport and other ministers to the airport, because we do not know what forces are coming back with Maurice from Cuba. So that was another thing. We're not going to go. So Selwyn went, and that was the only person meeting Maurice at the airport. And people make a lot of why they didn't want to do that and stuff like that. The assassination and to kill him over the hills and all kind of nonsense. You know, let me tell you something. This is far from the truth. Yeah, the opposite is true. Yeah, so the choice of not allowing Bernard and the rest to go to the airport, it was a security decision. Bernard didn't do that. It was the security forces that made a decision not to allow Bernard to go to the airport. Yeah, we wasn't going to go with him there because based on the information that we had, the intelligence we gathered at the time, that wasn't going to happen.
Colleagues, I came in pretty late, and I'm really sorry. I mixed up the time completely. But so I missed the presentation, and I'm not sure what all came out. But I don't know. I mean, at the time, I was the managing director of what you people call the MNIB, the Marketing and National Import Board.
Yes, sir.
And everybody.
Hold on right there. I want to talk to you because from the last time I spoke, I told one I want to talk to you. You could email me. I need to talk to you. We need to have a session on Gemfm.
Okay. All right.
I need you badly.
I put my email on the chat so that everybody. It's denzel.wilkes. I'll just see my name there. denzel.wilkes@gmail.com. So
okay.
The world knows my email address. I strangely enough was not in Grenada on the morning. I left Grenada on the 6 o'clock flight on the morning of the 19th of October, that fateful morning. most of you will know, but if you're not, you should know that I was then a member of what was the Workers' Party of Jamaica.
Yes.
The WPJ, highly respected by the revolution. And I literally was there was a group of us there doing various things. We had people there who acted as attorney general, people worked in education. My wife was there, she worked with CPE. Val knows her very well. And so there was a group of us there, and I was the head of the group. On the night of the 18th, I really want to share this. By then, Maurice is under house arrest, as they called it. And everybody knows exactly how those properties are situated. I was summoned to where Bernard lived because I was advised that there was need to communicate with who was then our leader, Dr. Trevor Monroe. Communication was not then what it is now. There were no cell phones, there was no WhatsApp, there was nothing like that. And nobody trusted telephone calls given the circumstances and the tensions. And so a determination was made that one member of the WPJ delegation had to take a letter to Trevor Monroe. The person who had to take it would have to either be me or Patrick Smykel. Patrick Smykel was head of the radio station. Bernard didn't want me to go because I was head of delegation, but because of the critical nature of the radio station. Hold on 1 second for me, just 1 second. Because of the critical nature of the radio station, the decision was taken that I would travel. So I headed out on that first flight on the morning of the 19th with that letter. I didn't read the letter, but I was pretty much told what was in the letter. I mean, this was a letter now being communicated from a very high level within Grenada to a very high level within the party. I wasn't even on the central committee of the WPJ. So I didn't think it was my part to read the letter. But Bernard pretty much told me what was in that letter. And trusting that, my understanding was that things had reached, the letter was saying, things had reached the stage where Maurice was to be released. Bernard and people who were perceived to be on his side, so to speak, let's use that language, that's how it was, were to seek asylum where I didn't know. And a number of things were to be done just to try to de-escalate the tensions that existed. And I left on that flight, first flight out of Pearls. It was big airport, didn't bill as yet. And I delivered that letter. By the time I got to Jamaica, because of course, you know, it's like Grenada to Barbados and then Barbados to Jamaica. By the time I got to Jamaica, of course, nothing you hear on the plane. We began to hear that, so to speak, all hell was breaking loose in Grenada. In spite of that, I know I delivered the letter. Don't know what became of it, but by about midday, we were hearing of all the various things. We heard of the release of Maurice, the violence, and all the rest, and then we started hearing of the deaths of various people, different explanations as to what took place. This is what has probably bothered me the most, in the sense that whatever it is that I took in that letter never had a chance, based on the developments that took place on the morning of the 19th, to be executed. But if what I was made to understand was in that letter, it was meant to de-escalate the situation. And I just wanted to share that. Sorry I didn't come in early enough.
Well, thank you very much, Denzel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that. You see, that's why I have made the point tonight and shared repeatedly, because I learned that lesson myself. that this whole situation was so complex that there seemed to be no one story. You know, there is a probably how do I call it? There's some bits and pieces that substantiate major elements of what we heard. So you hear bits and pieces, for example, like I have heard before that there was an attempt on that day to reconcile the situation and you know, move forward. That there was some of the guys who were willing to leave Grenada and seek asylum elsewhere. I have heard that. So had it not been for the demonstration going and take Morris and everything just went haywire, that some negotiated settlement could have been arrived at, including that I know Michael Alls, who is a trade union leader from Trinidad, was approached because Trinidad was so close to come in quickly because he had a relationship with them, to come in quickly and try to bring some rapprochement between the two sides and so that's one thing, right? And the other elements you hear relate to other aspects of what was going on. But sometimes the more information you get, you see the more complex the picture was, and how depending on where different people were at different moments throughout that day and before and after, you could think it's an entirely different unfolding of things. But I'm glad, and it's the first time I've heard Denzel describe this whole situation. And indeed, I worked, Jackie, his wife, and I worked together at CPE. So it seems like there are always so many moving pieces that we come to learn increasingly over time.
Yeah. The question of Bernard again, and that letter that brother spoke of, there was also a decision that Bernard wanted to leave before all this thing happened. Turned out he wanted to walk out, and they tell him, no, you can't leave. It was told, he was ordered to stay. He couldn't leave Grenada. Yeah, that was order given to him. He couldn't leave. Right? So a lot of people making that Bernard was this thing, but he couldn't leave. He had to stay. So all of these things that that was going around, that he wanted to do this and he wanted to do that, and he was in charge of all this stuff. I mean, the truth is there, and I want people to read the information, and what the minutes of the meetings entails. The gossip is overwhelming, yes, and the truth is suppressed. I want people to really get a insight, a bird's eye look at the information that is there. Someone asking a question. So if there were no internal division, we wouldn't have any the invasion. I don't believe that. I don't really tell you right off that, because the Ambarans was a pretext for invasion of Grenada. Those military exercises in the Caribbean was geared towards invading Grenada. So there was no other reason for it, and they made it clear.
No, right? The invasion was on the cards. The divisions created the most wonderful opportunity.
Amen to that.
And they grasped it, but there was no question that it was on the cards.
It was on the cards.
Yeah, because Reagan was talking about the airport, and the airport was being built. That's public. That's fact. The statement is available. You could go and research it, actually. I did one time, and I found the recording of Ronald Reagan talking about Grenada building this military airport controlled by Russia.
Yeah, man.
They were setting up this stage, just as how George Bush, and that's why the comments about how they approach these invasions, it really also fit. Remember George Bush set up the stage to say that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction.
Absolutely. Very, very similar. Created a lie.
Created a narrative to justify to the American people the need to get rid of Saddam Hussein.
Yeah.
Right? It's the same thing. And John, what you're saying, Amber and the Amberines was the practice for Grenada and the Grenadines.
Oh, yes.
Right? Plus, the Americans are coming back from getting defeated. Where was it in the world? There was somewhere in the world that they had just gotten some blows. I don't remember.
They came from Lebanon.
Middle East, yes.
They came from Lebanon. Right? There was 250 soldiers there.
Right? So it was we have to remember. And the first time I learned about this was when Reagan spoke. Did we ever, growing up, ever recognize that Grenada's geographical position is very strategic in the world?
It is.
That little 133,000 feet of square miles that is sitting between this, whatever passage between Trinidad and Venezuela, that is the shortest path from the Panama Canal across to the Atlantic Ocean. It's in Reagan's speech. I learned that lesson, that Grenada happens to be geographically, strategically located when it comes to the Cold War at the time. The Cold War, I don't want to call it competition or whatever was going on, but don't forget that we had a Cold War in the world between the forces of communism and the forces of capitalism.
But
right?
Val, even given all that.
So yes, let me just, if I could quickly finish.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree that had this not happened in Grenada, the opportunity might not have been there. The CIA was alive and well. We forget that Shahiba Strong,
yes,
who was dating Morris at the time and who accompanied him to Eastern Germany, after 1983, married Radix,
yes,
who was the leader of the MBPM, the next possible movement that posed themselves as progressive-minded in Grenada. After Morris was killed, she married Radix.
Yes.
And people in the area where she lives on Church Street would tell you there was a neighbor whose soldiers came knocking on the neighbor's door because Shahiba was living next door, making a wrong knock, and that Shahiba was airlifted afterwards out of Grenada. So that's why I say, depending on where you are, you don't know the whole story. And it's natural for you to just be guided by the little piece that you know, right? And not know the whole bigger picture. And that's deliberate because the propaganda machinery is to keep your attention on Phyllis and Bernard. So you're not putting the pieces together. You're distracted.
I want to make a point here too, Val. And many people, for our community party meeting, the only person that suggested getting rid of Moise was George Louison, eh?
Yes.
You remember that? It's
But that's
documented.
what I learned that from Alan. I was shocked when Alan said that.
My apologies. Yeah, you have to allow me to come in here.
Yes.
You must allow me to come in here. My
Come right
apologies.
in.
All right. That trip to Eastern Europe, which was being planned.
Yes.
And I'm saying all of this only in hindsight. Stringent efforts were made to get me to make that trip. And the person who worked on me to make that trip was George.
Yep.
Now, in the scheme of things, my boss was Bernard. Bernard was Ministry of Industry. I am Marketing Board. So Bernard is who I reported to officially. Nazem Burke was my permanent secretary, and I reported to him. And then, of course, we report upwards to Bernard. But I had to work with George. George was Minister of Agriculture. I sold the produce. Marketing Board bought produce from the farmers, sold it within Grenada, and also exported some. George worked on me to convince me to come on the trip to Eastern Europe. The reason why I didn't go, I'm not pretending that I knew anything, was because I had already gone over the time that I had planned to spend in Grenada. I came to Grenada for a year. 1981 March, just days before Bob Marley died. And by now it was 83. My wife's mother was not well and we wanted to go back to Jamaica. And so I had taken on the task of recruiting somebody to understudy me to take over the marketing board because it wasn't being done. I had asked Bernard, I said to him, I have to go back home now. And he jokingly, we always joked about, he jokingly said, we have to go lock the airport because you can't leave. Now, George was trying to get me to come on that trip. And I said, George, I cannot come. I will have to be preparing somebody to take over. And we know the kind of role that trip played because I had an independent source of information coming out of the meetings of the party. I didn't go to the party meetings because it's not allowed in terms of the scheme of protocols. But I'll tell you now, you can call it a confession, that I can corroborate many of those things that are in those minutes based on the person who was at the meetings and would report to me after each meeting. Because when I found out that something was wrong, of course, I took on a different persona. I now had to literally be trying to get intelligence as to what the hell is happening, because I had no idea previously. I didn't know that Bernard had resigned from Central Committee and all of that. I'm meeting and interfacing with Bernard and Maurice alternately on a regular basis. I could call Maurice at any hour of day or night. Maurice called me to a meeting one morning, 2 a.m. He got home and found that I had called, and he called me and said, I hear you're trying to find me. Can you come now? 2 a.m. That's the kind of relationship that existed between all of us, and all in all, that I didn't know that there were these internal differences until one of his closest confidants came to me and expressed to me concerns about some of these deep internal rifts that were taking place, and also concerns about the kind of positioning that were being taken by the comrade leader, God rest his soul.
I think Ricardo had his hand up.
Ricardo, yeah.
Hey everybody, how we doing? How we doing? Am I clear?
We hanging in, yes, you're clear. Why don't you show your face, Ricardo?
Sure, why not? Why not? Why not? I might scare you though.
Go ahead and scare us.
All right, I'm just I'm not as informed. I'm not as I'm very ignorant, and I'm not as studied. Don't have as much information. So I hope you guys will forgive me, right? However, I am listening, right? And I'm hearing, obviously, Grenada doesn't have the military might to fight America. We're completely clear about that, right? And my concern is, and I understand that they wanted to do what they wanted to do because Grenada was a positive example. Within 4 years, we showed what this little island was capable of doing, right? And we understand that they could not allow that to happen. But my thought is, without our internal division, they would not have the room. They would not have the, even though they're more powerful than we are, they wouldn't have an excuse to come in and say that they're doing something in the name of good. If we didn't have those internal strifes, and it disturbs me because it was such a wonderful thing happening, that if we have true love for each other and true love for our mission, like I'm a school teacher, and sometimes I see other teachers who have issues amongst themselves, and I tell them, you need to keep the focus. If you understand that we're here to help students, if you understand we're here to help our country, the personality issues and all of those things should not have came to the point where we gave an outside enemy that opportunity to come in and say, well, there's disorder and I have to go and restore order. So I think that, yes, it's completely understood that we didn't have the military might to fight the US, but if we didn't have those divisions, if our leader or commander was not killed, it would be a totally different scenario. So I'm just sharing my perspective again, out of ignorance.
Absolutely no, and it's not out of ignorance. That's real, and we would agree with you without any hesitation that if that didn't happen, if we did, it made it easier. Put it that way. It's not that it might not have happened at all, but it made it easier. However, we have to also put the situation. Hindsight is 2020 for all of us. Hindsight is 2020. We are much older, we are much wiser. But you have to put it in the context sometimes of the reality of the era. Most of the leaders of the revolution at the time were in their 20s.
Yeah.
Our children. Right? Think about the level of responsibility of nation building that our children, the people of the leaders of the revolution had, and if we were to put that in the hands of our 22, 23, 24, 25 years. What lane was it? Was the whatever of the army?
It's 26.
25, 24, 26 years old, right? Even Morris and Bishop and Bernard
was 39,
in their age at the time. We think about our own ages and what we're capable of running a revolution against imperialism, against the wishes of imperialism, and achieving the amount that they did in that time. And one of the biggest things of that youthfulness and lack of experience is you're trying to achieve unrealistic goals and dreams.
Absolutely.
On the one hand, it is good because you promise certain things, you made a commitment and promise to our people. The situation was so bad under Gary that you want to deliver, you're driven to deliver. On the other hand, as in hindsight, you hear people say, taking a country or winning an election, having a revolution, and running a nation and a country is two different ball games. The revolution itself, although there was planning in advance, it took place in how many hours on the morning of March 13th? 4, 5, 6 hours. The Green Base run and whatever, we had control. Yes, NGM was planning and so underhand for some time before, but the revolution itself took a couple hours.
Yeah.
Right? Running a country means mobilizing all of the various resources of your country day after day after day after day and delivering on your promises because the people had high expectations. With a team of people who are 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 years old and dedicating their life. I used to walk with my newborn baby in a basket to the office because we were producing books that had to be delivered, sent to the Cubans for printing. And we didn't want to miss the deadline to launch the adult literacy program a month or two later. Everybody involved. So one of the things you have to factor into all of that that's happening that we tend to forget is the youthfulness, the inexperience, and the amount of work, the bare tiredness that people will experience running and managing this revolution day after day.
We were all crazy.
Not only that, we wanted to deliver. And as you say, you gave a good example. In your school, in a normal environment, you have division of personalities in a normal environment in your school. You could imagine when you're working with the leadership and then the civil service and then the village councils and all of that, what kind of personality conflict and thing you're dealing with?
There's a hand up here. There are two hands up. There's a Martin hand
up. But I mean, it's just sometimes in hindsight, and this is part of how we have to learn the lesson. But Ricardo, you wanted to respond, and I see Martin also wanted to say something.
Let Martin.
And let me just be clear. I am not making excuses. I'm just saying when we do a fair analysis of the situation, we must factor in the true reality.
Okay. All right. Ricardo, want to respond to that? And then Martin?
Yeah, real quick. Thank you guys so much for hearing me. I just want to say a few things that, again, you're correct. We have to move forward. We cannot dwell on the past, but I think that in order to move forward, even in a relationship, that we have to be honest and we have to take a true analysis. Like even if I did something wrong, the only way to truly move forward is to say, hey, I messed up. And that is the start to truly moving forward, right? If I did something wrong and I just tried to say, hey, I didn't do it, then we're not truly moving forward, right? Everything I deal with is about love and unity and moving forward. And I believe that if we have true love, divide and conquer cannot work when there is true love for our people, for our mission, for what we're about. The enemy can never come and whisper to me, well, you're my enemy. There has to be true love, and that can never happen. And I just wanted to say the notion of that we were very young, and I understand the notion of being inexperienced, but the point is, by example, during that 4 years, we showed great success. We showed so much greatness, which is why they feared it. So I would say that despite the youth, that it was powerful, the work that was being done. And I hear what you're saying with youth. It comes with pros and cons, but I would say that despite the youth, that the great success showed that these youth showed what was possible, and even America took hundreds of years to get to where it is. We only had 4 years. One can only imagine if it was given the time to really continue on the path that it was on, what was possible.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There is that side of it too.
Yeah, Martin.
But Martin and Joe. Martin had his hand up for a while. I don't know if he's changed his mind. And we have a Joe.
Hey, Martin.
Okay. Hi, good evening.
How you doing, Martin? Okay, Joe.
Yes.
Joe, let's take Martin and then you.
Thank you.
Martin, your mic is muted. Martin.
Oh, hi, everyone.
Yes.
Yeah, two things to everyone.
Nice to see you,
places. Yeah, good to see you too, and good to see my boss, Denzel Wilkes. We work together.
We have a reunion. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. Hard work, dedicated, conscious. So really good to see you. And I took note of your points. And Albert Parks, we were together at Camp Alistair. And fond memories there, so many familiar faces. But I just wanted to get Brother Gary, Alexander and I were kind of like discussing HA's interview. And I still didn't get it resolved in the conversation that was had here. What do you think HA's motive was for that kind of, I know we're not psychologists and all of that, but it was just curious. If what are you saying? So many people are poking holes in it. I've spoken to a lot of people, and they're saying this man must be crazy to say what he has said, right? You guys have spent decades together in the struggle, decades together in prison, and it's just kind of shocking. Like what is going on? Can anyone shed some light on why he took that position that he took? I know that Denard was saying that.
To respond quickly to you, Martin, the same bewilderment across everywhere, because a lot of people are saying that they, some of what he's saying is blatantly not true, and there are people who can stand witness to the fact that is not true. Some people are wondering about his mental health. To be honest with you, I've heard people wonder about that.
Yeah.
Is he now at this age? Is his mental health deteriorating? Other people speculate he is. I wouldn't say he's destitute, but he doesn't have an income. It's very difficult for him to support himself. Some people speculate, is it that he probably receiving some payment? Is he being used? It's just rife with speculation. What on earth could be going on with him at this point in time?
Why doesn't John Delbert or one of the others reach out and have an interview with him? Perhaps he can speak with us directly instead of speculating.
Well, I know one person who has been helping him recently, and I don't want to put down, I just want to state the fact, right? I don't want to put down and make him look bad in any way. But one of the people that he's been talking about, who has been closest to him, helping him with money and people, there are some guys who send supplies, I gather, since, whatever, personal supplies and so in recent years. And in fact, one of the persons that he has cast aspersions on is Ewart Lane. And it shocked me when I learned that Ewart, as a trained lawyer but not practicing, had recently made a case for him to the registry for him not to be thrown out of the house where he's living, because he and his wife and daughter and so on, all kinds of story, I don't know. And they were about to throw him out of the house. And Ewart is the one that went and made a representation by sending what you call these things you sign, a signed, whatever the word you use.
Is it affidavit?
Affidavit. Making a strong case for him to stay in the house, that he in fact had contributed to the building of the house and whatever. Because he was a man in construction. So it came as a big shock that after all of these, Lester Redded and what's his name, the guy, another one I know very well, are the ones who have been getting supplies for him. Like
him and Chalky were in touch as well.
Chalky, how you call that tall swallow, goat, redhead, headache, all of, because people are everybody has been asking that, Martin. People are, and when you hear the stories of what has been happening recently in terms of their support for him, they are taken aback, and it may be part of why they just don't know how to approach him on this issue, because they've been close with him, money, this, that. So I don't know. And I haven't gotten a plausible excuse, and I speak to several of them, and everybody just seemed to be spaced out about what really going on.
Okay, one of the things that I wanted to suggest too, I like your point, Val, about the whole issue of therapy. I think that's a really huge deficit, a huge issue that goes lagging from these years of the conflict. And I really think someone should really move on it. A lot of the soldiers, a lot of the activists are aging, and a lot of them are in serious mental crisis. And I think that we should not just talk about it. I think that we should perhaps really try to get some kind of social organizations to begin, looking at this issue, And it's not just that generation, the immediate generation, but the children of the activists and the comrades, the orphans and all, And I think that that's a huge issue.
If I can make an appeal, I know Headache and they have what is called Gemfm, the Grenada Foundation for the Something of the Revolution. They have set that up, and they have been collecting supplies and helping some of the soldiers, because especially some of the soldiers way up in the country and so in the rural parts, some of them are not doing well. I know in one case they built a house for guys, they bring supplies and so, but it's totally underserved. So if there's anybody who could contribute, maybe get in touch with John initially or myself, or through John, because John has Gemfm and it's easy. His email is in the chat to address the issue that you, Martin, have been raising, because there is need. I have Joe, unless Denzel is talking to a point we're just making, but I know Joe was waiting for a while, and then
let Joe go ahead.
Yes, Joe? Good evening. Thank you.
Joe, I'll show your face now.
Okay, you want to see my face?
Yes.
Here's
it's
my
just
face.
nicer when we are able to.
Thank you very much. I am not Grenadian. Let me say first, I am your neighbor. I'm from St. Lucia, currently living in Canada.
That's okay.
But I have very fond memories of Grenada. In fact, my first encounter with Bernard was before the revolution, when all the Mongoose gang and so on went about creating riot and beating those guys. He would be coming to St. Lucia with his family to relate what was happening in Grenada and to get support from St. Lucia. At the time, I was a youngster.
Amen.
At the time, I was a youngster. And I belonged to, I'm sure Denzel would know, I belong to WRM, Workers' Revolutionary Movement. And like the WCJ, we were close to the WPJ in Jamaica. So I go back a long way. I was not involved in working in Grenada, but we have comrades from St. Lucia who are actually out there working in Grenada. And you probably remember Earl Bousquet, Didicus,
Oh yes, Earl.
Didicus Jules.
Didicus Jules, that's correct. So I belong to that. I belong to that group. There's a nexus between something that happened in St. Lucia and what happened in Grenada. You remember that during the period 79 to 82, there was a progressive government in St. Lucia at the time, St. Lucia Labour Party, and it imploded. And John Compton came back into office. And John Compton and Eugene Charles were the ones who were instrumental in so-called inviting the Americans into Grenada. So there was a domino being set to destabilize what was happening in St. Lucia, to give them a pretext to get John Compton back into office and to get into Grenada. In fact, it's my view that even without the so-called division or what have you happening in Grenada, the Americans would have eventually invaded Grenada. Mm-hmm. They could not live with the power of the example of Grenada to the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. So it was a game in motion, and at some point it would have happened. Okay, I'm happy to learn of some of the things. I mean, I've been trying to bring some closure myself as to what has happened in Grenada. It has been a very traumatic experience, not just for Grenadians, but even for us in the Eastern Caribbean who were out there. I was very much involved in the youth movement, so I know people like Bogo, we call him, Cornwall, and Tali, and those guys and so on, who we did a lot of work in the youth movement with. And for us in St. Lucia, who belong to the RM, the whole events there was for us very, very traumatic. Not as much as it has been for you guys who were actually in the fire. But I think for all of us in the region, there has to be some closure, some explanation as to what went wrong and how, for instance, that we can avoid those kinds of errors going forward and bringing real development to people in the Eastern Caribbean. So that's what I want to say. Thank you for the lesson this evening.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Appreciated.
I want to say something here because I want for the brother Joe. Again, the information that we shared here today, it's available. So again, you could get some of the highlights from the Central Committee minutes and the party minutes leading up to October 1983. So
I had read some of them before, actually. I mean, even in St. Lucia, years after, we got some of the documents, some of the party minutes and so on. So pretty much over with some of them.
Right.
And I've read, of course, Governor's recent books and so on. So there's something getting started with those things. But you still have those lingering issues. People saying, no, that's not true. What he's saying is not so. I know. Those kinds of issues. So it's important that, at some point we can have those issues resolved. Everybody understands what went wrong to avoid those errors going forward.
Right. Okay.
Okay, comrades, and particularly Comrade Callis and Park, and any of the other military comrades, was there any disciplinary action taken against the firing squad? If the narrative is that they were a rogue squad and an order was not given, why didn't the military command arrest those officers and court-martial them? Why weren't they disciplined?
I don't know if Parks want to answer that, but from my limited knowledge on this, you had right after that, right? You'd have to set up a trial, one, and you have to have enough evidence against, and have to have them getting a fair trial, which will take some time. You have to have people investigate and a lot of things will be done, and then right after that, you had an invasion. So what would you do?
Were they arrested? We know who they were. There were several eyewitnesses.
My point I'm trying to make to you is this, right? Whether they're arrested or not, right? You can't just execute them the same time too. You have to have a trial.
No, we're not calling for executions. We're talking about the rule of law, if you may. Junior soldiers don't just go off on a mission on their own.
No. I understand all that. What your point is that you should arrest and try. My question is part of the trial. Even though they're arrested, right?
No, but
hold on. I have no idea if they're arrested or not. My point is that from a legal point of view, you can't just the time frame for cinema trial to have it done, even with the same trial of assembly, it took years. Yes. So even though that was done,
Comrade, I think that's a bit deflective.
No.
I'm not going all the way yet.
No,
I'm saying.
No. I'm saying to you, I'm trying to answer your question.
There were murders committed in our country. Right?
Okay, so are you suggesting then that
the first order of the day would be to find out what happened, who committed it, and to put those persons in custody?
Okay.
What happens?
What I'm saying to you that I have no knowledge of that. At my level, I didn't know that. Okay, so perhaps somebody at a higher level in command could have answered that. I'm not in a position to answer that question, but what I'm saying to you that if somebody else at a higher command level could answer that question, that would be great. But I couldn't answer that from that level where I was. Right? Pax again was not. I don't think he was not left to arrest and to
yeah,
do,
but
right?
I'm looking for him. He left the call, but I did hear him say that he was asked to submit a report.
Yes.
I don't know, did anybody else hear that? I heard him say that he was asked to prepare a report on what had happened, but I don't see him here. Seems like he had left the call. But that's a very good question, and there probably is a logical answer that I don't know, but we take note maybe for future discussions if there was. But I did hear Chris say that he was asked to prepare.
Yes, and I just jogging back my memory, I remember that statement was made that they should be arrested. Somebody made that point on Fort Frederick. Yeah, I heard that kind of come in passing by. Somebody made that statement about if they did like that without getting an order, they should be arrested. Somebody made that point on Fort Frederick in the lower level. Made that point. So
on the day itself,
yeah. Like a couple of days after, 2 days after that, 2 days after that was made. Somebody made that statement on the lower level there. I can't remember who it was. Because a matter of fact, when we saw the armor vehicle came up with, I think was Bob Evans was in that armored vehicle. I think Dix was in the vehicle. But first of all, we thought it was Morrison was in the vehicle to begin with. That we thought, well, the arrest Morrison and bring him back, not knowing that at that time Morrison was part of the killing at the time. Yeah?
I think it's a question that should be researched specifically. Because it's a very valid question.
Very valid question. You don't want to run away.
Very valid question, and you need to research it and check. What is the record of? I've not heard the question before, but I think it's a very valid question.
It's a good question. And the
I'm
people,
sorry, Chris is not here to respond. So we take note of it and start to do the research and ask the same question that you're asking among people we think we should know, maybe. Martin wanted to ask. What's his name? Denzel went off.
Yeah.
Martin.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick suggestion here. I think.
Sorry. I just changed instrument. I'm still here.
Okay. So, Denzel, please proceed. Yes.
No. You can go ahead, Martin. I think you said I went off. Just wanted to know I'm here.
Okay. Very well. So I wanted to suggest that if there's another sort of conversation like this in the future, that it should be in the form I suggest, in the form of a sort of like a truth and reconciliation sort of format, so that people, like different views can contend,
Right.
And so that I know that there are a number of people that have been engaged with over the years that have had different perspectives from what was aired here tonight. And so, if we can have sort of like a session whereby, the different views can contend like that, I think it will make for a very useful, not to say that this was not useful, I thought this was a very good beginning, but I think some kind of format like that would probably be a nice format.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I mean, part of my being here doing Gemfm Radio is to educate, to liberate. That's my motto. I take that motto out of this revolution itself, and my whole idea is to educate not only on the progressive thing of the revolution, but there are people who have been imprisoned by the revolution that need to be talked about and need to have have a voice to talk about their struggles, and how they get involved or why they wasn't arrested, even why they wasn't arrested and so on. So all those things have to, like Martinez was saying, all those stuff will have to happen. I am open to have a discussion with so-called counter-revolutionaries. I remember not too long ago, Kennedy Butler wrote a document, put out something on Facebook stating that he knows who organized the planting of the bomb in the park, why they did it, who gave them the financing and the ammunition and training. So all of that was said by him. And I think somebody probably advised him later on, don't go back and say it again, because people could still go after him, him and them for the murder of the people who died in the park still, because murder have no sunset clause on it, you know. So that is something that have to be done.
I see nurse's hand, but just quickly before, it's a repeating question. What was HA's role on October 19th?
Well,
can anybody help with that?
Well, one thing I could say for sure, I could say that I remember the morning when we arrived at Fort Frederick. I can recall when the alarm went off, the siren went off for everybody to assembled, and Comrade Lane came up and said that the general cannot be reached at this time, and we are pressing issues, something like that to that effect. And today he is the commanding officer of the army, you know, because no way the attempts was made to that effect to find the general to take control, and he was not around. So that was one of the things that I can remember was said, you know.
And were you able to see him at any point in the day or so?
No, I heard that he was there, but I never saw him on the phone. I never saw him. A lot of people say he was there, but I didn't see HA. And I've been right at the top of the phone there. I remember only time probably could have been there the day after I left to went to the beach to meet with some soldiers. That's the day, couple days after. Yeah, but honestly, that I was always up there, so I never saw him around at the time when people say that he was there. You know, he could have been there, and probably I turned and go somewhere down on the lower level, and he came up on the back left and come up, but I never saw him up there.
Another question.
Comrade Nurse wanted to ask question, and who else wanted to ask? So I have Nurse and who else? I'm hearing a voice.
I think it was.
I've got another one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'll wait for Comrade Nurse.
Okay. Yes, guys.
Hey.
Greetings, brother.
What's up, comrades? Glad to be around and glad to be in this session, guys.
We need to talk still. We need to talk.
Yeah, things have been rough and busy.
Yes,
but
yes.
I'm gonna direct this conversation in a different angle, but referring to all the issues that I've been listening attentively through the whole 2 hours or more that we are on here. And I would try to simplify my aspect by putting it in a small category, but it would mean more than that. And I would refer to the question of traumatism after the issue of the 1983 demise. And I would, if you guys would be able to see what I would be trying to put up on my screen, just by hand like this. This is when I left Grenada in 1980 as a youth with the age of 19 and a half to 20. When I left my comrades like this, smiling like this, and even in the year 1918, June 19. When the bomb was placed, I was just a graduate from GBSS and was teaching at the Anglian High School. And because of my level of involvement in the student council in the GBSS, automatically, when I got to high school to teach in September, October of 1979, to replace Dr. Mauricio, who was teaching at the time biology, he left for Cuba, and I took his space. And a year after, I was now supposed to leave for his German to study geology. So I left my comrades like this. I left my comrades smiling like this. I left my comrades when we heard the bomb attack, and somebody mentioned today, if that bomb was efficiently placed and well orchestrated, these comrades would have died even before I left. So I left with that, and I remember before leaving in 1980 or even 1981, when Morris was in the Market Square, giving one of his brilliant oratory, his brilliant commentary, his brilliant explanation of the economy, his brilliant explanation of our state of Grenada and the revolution. And the thing was, and I was saying, I hope that would never happen when he explained Amber and the Amberdines and the Amarines, what was planned just to attack us. And when we had that massive maneuver in 1981, I think, before I left for Cuba. I left at the age in Grenada when I look like this. Look at me today, I got gray beard. Look, that's when I left. That is how I look when I boarded the plane. That is what I took. I went by Sylvester and got a nice shot so that I could give my girlfriend as a remembrance, because my task was to go to East Germany and never come back until 7 years thereafter. So that would have mean coming back to Grenada in 1988, when my daughter was born, who I left with the mother pregnant, and I only saw her 30 years after, when she became a graduate lawyer under the mentorship of my real comrade Ruggles, who took care of her as a father in my absence, because I stood beyond the iron curtains after all the trauma and tribulation that happened in Grenada. The only information that came out of Grenada, and the information that was coming out of Grenada, is when I saw my comrades like that, I went to GBSS and becoming creative and doing arts and all kind of crazy things, the revolution going forward. And we have brethren like that, Jacob Ross and all these brethren of my generation of GBSS, just empowering the revolution. I told myself, well, I'm the first Grenadian student to come to East Germany to do a long-term course. I say, from all my studies that I had done in Grenada from primary school to passing the 11th GBSS, I say the next step I'm taking with that energy from the revolution and with all the impacts of the St. Vincent Sulphur eruption, why I became a geologist, because I love that volcano. That volcano is like a girlfriend to me. To see how that volcano erupted a couple months ago, I enjoyed watching what geology is all about in a practical form, in a real picturesque form, as in simply reading from textbook and not experiencing that. So, after all these inputs,
a meeting and your brother talking.
After all this input of putting my best foot forward as best as you can, definitely, when Morris came here in 1982 for the first time, it was one of the first times that I read in the news in Germany, and only 5 times thereafter, I read officially in any news about Grenada. And the times when I read about Grenada, Morris 2 visits to East Germany, and then this disastrous type of thing I was seeing, this disastrous situation in Grenada, this one, you guys can understand, being alone, and I'm still alone as the only Grenadian in this part of Germany, as the only West Indian, the only man from the Caribbean, 40 years thereafter, and I'm reaching out to all my close comrades. You guys know them all. In Gemfm, all the issues that you're talking about. Yes, we provide help for the soldiers who are in dismal situation in Grenada. Yes, we meet on regular occasion and do different organizations of the different meetings that we had this year, like the March 13th, the Africa Liberation Day, and other events that we normally organize as comrades who want to see the positivity of the revolution. But I will tell you, brethren, you guys have left me stranded here in this country. You guys have left other comrades stranded in Czechoslovakia, one of the brethren spent 18 long years in prison in Austria for not doing anything wrong. I reached out to all the Grenadian highest level, be it the UN, the one in New York, be it in Toronto, be it in London. All I received up to this day, and I could hear it ringing in my ears in 1983 and subsequently in 1987 when I reached out to the Grenadian High Commission in London to find out what is the fate of us young students who are behind the Iron Curtain. All I could hear still, and a phone clicking in my ear, and I'm still holding on at that point in time because communication was not, as you mentioned today, with WhatsApp, social media, etc. It was a letter I write to go from East Germany to Grenada, take 3 months and back 6 months to receive one letter with my woman who is pregnant in Grenada. The revolution never upheld the promises or even the rights that I was given to have a student leave, etc. I don't want to go into that, but I want to simply bring to the attention that we behave irresponsible from day one since I became an activist in the revolution and been suffering this fate, as even when I returned in 2010 to take over a new situation, being fired by Keith Mitchell and his gang after an election and posted back here to come back behind the Iron Curtain, which has never been my dream. My Grenadian dream is to build that revolution that we stalled, and we still keep on stalling because individuals who know better, we don't need to go to third parties. We could get them right here to say the truth and to bring away from all the mantras that we have in all this information that look like fake news. When I respect my commandant, HA, and I read things like that, and you guys say this, and then I sit in meetings with my brethren who would have said in moments of whatever chaos would have happened, I took responsibility, end up like Mandela, 26 years beyond bars. I think it is high time, it is fitting that these are the comrades who could tell, no one else could tell us anything. Everything would just be paraphrasing, and doesn't matter who writes books. I have all the 10,000 of books and information about Grenada. I haven't missed out one because I haven't had any dialogue with those who are responsible for sending me here and bringing me back home. We do not even do that. So, brethren, we got to take this thing at a different level. Too much talking, and not addressing the right messenger with the right message. We are going to cause more chaos because, as Val just mentioned, little bits. There are comrades who know exactly what went on, and if they do not have the balls at this point in time to bring reconciliation, to bring the healing, to take the blows, heavy manners in response with respect to verbal blows, that's all we can do right about now. Because if you want to say they have endured in a court of kangaroo laws and justice the most inhuman thing that has happened. So it's high time that we come and sit on the wrong table, and people like the Bain family and others who would never accept what we are saying here today is for the brethren who the question is, and I would bring it down to the simplest thing that the Grenadian sensationalism is all about. Who gave the orders to kill Morris? We could jump by and discuss all these things. That's all the Grenadian people want to know. Was there an order coming from someone to kill Morris and those other brethren? Brethren, it's high time we take full responsibility of all who have been deeply involved and don't keep trying to put one side and put one side. If we over that, I would think after 40 years, and I have had to go through all of this without speaking to no one. I'm happy when I come in meetings like this, if I would have a moment, because every time I come in a meeting, people would say, you only have 1 minute and they lock you out. But in a meeting like this, we do not allow individuals who are passionate, who are very passionate about Grenada, who want to give Grenada their heart, their soul, their food, anything that they own. That is me. No one else but me, I would know. And I've vowed to myself that question of Morris dying, it strikes me further to want to give more to Grenada. Doesn't matter from all the talks like who's cold-eyed, Morris-eyed. I'm not interested in this kind of cult figurism. I'm interested in what we can do for Grenada, what we have learned from those individuals who are jumping like Jack in the box in the political scene in Grenada, who are supposed to be comrades like me, who are supposed to be my mentors, and look at the Jack in the box kind of shit that we are doing, green and yellow, thing like guana in Grenada, when we got rid of the green beans and the guana back in since 1979. Stop them kind of thing, brethren and sisters. Let us address the situation amicably, firmly, hard but fair, but respectfully, and let us take the new generation. My kids, my daughter who was born in Germany, she's more Grenadian than anybody Grenadian, because she is now living my struggle, because I can't function in that kind of Grenada, because I might do something like 1979 one single-handedly. I prefer to keep far away from that type of temptation, because they seem these individuals are not prepared to learn, are not prepared to do better for Grenada. They're prepared to get a pension. This is what they are looking for after we have all contributed to the struggle, and some never had the possibility to qualify themselves to earn a decent living, to be living off politics at the expense of the Grenadian people, at the expense of the youth who look up to them and admire them. Look at what they are behaving to, not speaking out on the issues as they should, leaving up to individuals who come in on the stage and repeating the same lies over and over. Grenadians, I really thought, because I'm isolated from Grenada, I left with the impression that after 1980, we had liberated Grenada. We had done enough with the CPE. We had done enough with many of the programs that we have had, and we just have to take the page and turn it over. And 1982, that budget that we had that surpassed all the budgets of Grenada before, how could 1983, not yet a year after, that we have inside fighting, we have this type of issues, we have this type of who want to be more leftist and more rightist, and we're not even understanding, utilizing that youthfulness that we were having, that lack of information, those translated Marxist theories and Leninist things from the Pravda into some little doctrines from the Marxist Review, and we thought we were the most serious Marxists. I was a victim of those brethren who come from Grenada, from the NJM, in a party school. And when I visited them in 1982 on the coming of Morris, and I would tell them, I'm living here in Germany, in East Germany, and what are the dissatisfaction of the normal East German citizen? They told me, Gallo, you ain't ready yet to be in this communist country. We need to bring you back and give you a few more tasks in the militia, in the CP, so that you could be a grounded brethren and to come here, living in mecca of communism, socialism, to be making antagonistic statements. So we had from day one, even among objective comrades, with our inexperience and naive behavioral pattern, our lack of understanding of the true socialist Marxist philosophy based on many before Marx and Lenin and Engels, and he put that down when we think of all the other German philosophers, Kant and all these others who are very important in dialectics and all the things that I went to all these party schools and these moments early in the morning. And I was impressed of the brethren who were young as myself, were able to wipe my appetite, to want to make me put a rift between my family and say, you go to fuck to North America, I'm going to the communist bloc. And I remained at the same spot I landed since 1981, and I ain't moving 1 inch. And in the meantime, I have about 10 Grenadian passports, because I'm not going to take a German passport, because I'm coming back to Grenada under whatever it costs. So, brethren, we got to take this thing in an amicable roundtable situation and call out the brethren who stay in the background, promote these type of sessions to, I guess, to be sanitized. No, each of them have to come and take the blows just like us. We can't be mouthpieces for them because they have the information. We just keep guessing and putting jigsaw puzzles and more jigsaw puzzles upon each other. It's high time for the next Gemfm type of statement, and I would give you guys that to take as one of the statements. Next year, when we have the March 13th, we are now going to ask for these different Caribbean leaders. We're going to ask for an NGM leader to lead the next year March 13th celebration. That would be my suggestion. Those ones who have been discussed here and are never wrong to take questions and answer, and we have to answer for them, or you who know better has to answer, and we have not getting even the emotion. We know the fact. Let's get the emotion so that we might be able to heal. And the people in Grenada who wants to understand whether there's a true sorry or it's just a sorry because of circumstance and all the other stories that were built around. There are brethren that I know they are not talking because of this simple fact. They want to talk to get a sorry in a one-on-one. So, brethren, I'm sorry for taking so long, but that is 40 years of being pent up and not able to speak to comrades who I believe understand where I would come from. I'm not attacking anyone. I'm just saying what I have been living and experiencing, but that I've grown stronger. No worries about me, brother. I've saved myself and relieved myself. It's just to bring that level of emotion whenever in such session because of the passion. Thanks for listening and for voicing my view. We could do better than that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Brother Nuss. Thank you so much. It's a lot to digest here, but it's all good. I love it. I love it. I love it. And I don't know if anybody have anything else to say. I have another show for 8 o'clock. I usually have to get ready for again. So anybody else have any other comment that they would like to make? Val, are you there? I think Val left the building. No, Val is here still. Val? I almost recognize that what you have said.
Sorry. I said, no, you did say that you had you have your program to watch, but we wanted to give people opportunity to have a conversation.
Yes.
That's good that that's Comrade Nurse and everybody else who's been able to express their points of view have had the opportunity. And I don't see any other hands up at this point in time. Of course, I can't respond to Comrade Nurse's. I don't think he even expects me to respond. I can't respond to it because
well, he said it. You want.
I cannot answer the questions that he has. Comment on the questions he has raised. Hopefully, this is being recorded and it is going to be viewed. We could share it with as many people as possible so that others who probably in a better position to respond can respond appropriately.
Yes.
So, John, I don't know if you want to bring. I don't see any other hands, and we've been here now
almost
3 hours and 10 minutes. So, can we bring this to a close now?
4 hours and 13 minutes. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm amazed. That we still have 19 people on.
Yeah.
I don't know what it speaks to, but it's every time we make the effort to have these conversations, we seem to have a lot of participation, and that's good. Whether it is useful to some people, I don't know. We can't say, but we try. We just try, and we want to hold the possibility open for more conversations in the future, whatever arises out of it. And let's see. Some people shared their contact information. John, I was asking that you share yours.
I shared mine.
If anybody wants to get at somebody, suggest put an email address in case anybody was interested in therapy, because that has been something that we think some of us need, not just some of us need. So thanks. This was the informal part. So take care, everybody. Stay safe and contact us if you have anything else that you want to say.
Yes,
guys, live up.
Yeah, I had on mine this morning.
It's clear that the spirit of the revolution lives on. And
Absolutely.
hearing younger people saying, in fact, recently I heard people saying, a couple of young people saying they want to learn about the revolution and that experience and what lessons they could gather from it and use. So, bye everybody. Good night. And
Thank you.
Bye, Val. Jackie says.
Stay safe.
Jackie says hi, Val.
Ah?
Jackie says hi.
Yes, tell her hi too. We must connect soon.
Yes.
Take care. Bye.
All right. Good
Bye,
job.
everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, everybody. Bye, Alan. And thank everybody for participating in a wonderful evening. We hope that, again, at Gemfm will be able to bring another session. And a comment not suggested, probably a Twitter reconciliation, everybody, the main players come to the table and have an open and honest discussion. Yes? I hope that will happen soon, not later. Yeah? All right. All right. I got to find me a song to close here. I lost my original song, my closing song somewhere. And I gotta find something else to close with. I'm looking for African Tiller song. I think I have it somewhere here. So yeah, no further share the live. Those of you who are here, you could, if you're on Facebook, you can share it and share with your friends, so persons can actually listen to the song, listen to the information that was shared here today, and sit down and show it again, watch it again, and make use of it. And again, whoever need the information that was the videos that we have on the trial, and the information that led up to the information that minutes that was led up to the 1983. Yeah, I could forward that to you as well. So yeah. So, where is my song? I didn't see it. Okay, I'm gonna play a different one. I can't find my song. All right, so I gotta get ready for 8 o'clock.
Revolution, revolution, they cry. Everybody fighting, don't know who will die. Tuesday, March 1979 is a day every West Indian will bear in mind. When the people driven with their backs to the wall, responded in answer to Bellina's call. So that division, spontaneous was a cry. The people call it, old people say, young people say, I and I say, the Rastaman say, the NJM say, the RA say, the movement say, for justice, equality, equal opportunity, ever more Grenadians say. Soldiers of justice are ready to fight for smooth and efficiency all through the night. And thousands of hopes sleeping deep in their beds. Freedom fighters render their blood to be shed. The grace of the masses, the cry of the poor. Of the dumb first we saw victory too. Prophecy fulfilled when a God leaders fall. Once more did that dictate them all. The people call it, old people say, young people say, I and I say, Rastaman say, NJM say, ERA say, it would be a change. For justice, equality, equal opportunity, ever more Grenadians say. Liberation at last. Long live the struggles of the working class. With patriotism and dedication, we rise every day to meet the morning sun. Forward ever, backward never is upright. We can be free now and be the
Grenada, Grenada, the land where I was born. I know you were suffering. Men have raped you and abused you and left you there crying. I devote my thought, my body and my soul. I stretch forth my helping hand to help you out. I haven't got diamond, silver, nor even gold, but blessings I give to its west, north and south. Oh, Grenada, Grenada, here I come, sweet, sweet Grenada. I will never, ever, ever let you down. Oh no, I'll always be your support, right here by your side. With my arms around you to wipe your weeping eyes. It's quite a long time now since you have fallen back to the last rung of the ladder, and the neighbors stand up there and uttering no talk, but to help they just don't bother. Some of your friends have turned their backs on you. They don't want to see a friend with your name on it. Don't bother with them. One day you will rise up too. Cause in times to come, it's the bread they might have to eat. Listen, let me go. Oh, Grenada, Grenada, here I come. Sweet, sweet Grenada. I will never, ever, ever let you down. Oh no, I'll always be your support, right here by your side. With my arms around you to wipe your weeping eyes. Let me go. Listen, it's time that you take a stand to defend your position from all those smart rip-off scams who just come to take a bite and make their own decision and boast to the world that they are the reigning champs. While your friends them happy had times they were going through, they still wouldn't help you out if you beg them please. But woe unto them, little do they know that a good name is better than great riches. Oh, Grenada, Grenada, here I come, sweet, sweet Grenada. I will never, ever, ever let you down. Oh no, I'll always be your support, right here by your side. With my arms around you to wipe your weeping eyes. Sweet, sweet Grenada. I will never, ever, ever let you down. me, feel free to say, I love my country. Oh yeah. Grenada.
Yes, Grenada. And I want to just say that because I'm going out of here. You can listen to us every day, 24 hours of radio programming right here on Gemfm. You can join our Facebook page, and share information as much as you can. We're more than happy to have you with us anytime and every time. Saturday morning again is an open forum where persons can come in. We have a book. We want to talk about the launch of your book. Anything that of concern for the public that we need to know, Saturday morning is the time you can come on to Gemfm and be part of our discussion, all right? And most geared to informing our public and our listeners at large what you have to offer to the community, where you need help, where you need to be helping people, where people can reach you to help, whatever service you have. It will be an open forum where people come in and talk about those things. So join us next week Saturday coming at 10 a.m. right here on Gemfm. Every Friday night and Saturday night at 8 o'clock, 8 to 11, talking point. We discuss Grenada politics, economics, everything, social, everything right here on Gemfm. Every Friday night and Saturday night right here. So have a blessed night, everybody. See you on the next side. I'm out of here, folks. One love, one heart, one destiny.
Rupert march to Ugly House, forward march. Alistair march against oppression, forward march. Now Grenadians of cultivation, end of misery and oppression. So we fill Grenada full with our song. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. March upon for federation, forward march. We all fight for liberation, forward march. Now Grenadians of cultivation, end of misery and oppression. So we fill Grenada full with our song. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. We have fought colonialism, forward march. We will fight imperialism, forward march. Now Grenadians of cultivation, end of misery and oppression. So we fill Grenada full with our song. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. We the workers fight for justice, forward march. In this struggle we are united, forward march. For now that we have cultivation, we'll end corruption and oppression. And we build Grenada with these very hands. Forward march, forward march. Forward march against imperialism. Forward march, forward a most historic freedom time. The people of Grenada rose with dignity, rose up from oppression. Rose up from iniquity and shame, from the darkness of desecration, shaking of paralysis of corruption, tyranny, violence and subjugation. To shine out before the Caribbean and strike terror into repressive regime and scrupulous politicians, and now trembling in their pants. Stand up, Grenada! Stand up again, Grenadian! Don't let nobody come in and dictate your course of action. All of them who oppose your revolution are political bandits just like you in their own island. Fight for your rights. Protect what you have. You fought a good fight. Protect what you have. Don't give in a single inch. Don't retreat, not even a pinch. Don't compromise your revolution. For those scandalous cheating, oppressive political scams in the Caribbean. No way, never rise, no Some talk of legality, constitutionality, but only to expose the hypocrisy. For if you examine the state of affairs in their land, you will find human rights violation, total disregard for the constitution, complete political persecution, and a wave of sanctioned violence with the blessing of legislative criminals and full-white sadistic gangs. Just like the mongoose one, stand up, Grenada! Stand up again, Grenadian! Don't let nobody come in and dictate your course of action. All of them will oppose your revolution. And political bandits just like you in their own island. Fight for your rights. Protect what you have. You fought a good fight. Protect what you have. Don't give in a single inch. Don't retreat, not even a pinch. Don't compromise your revolution. For those scandalous treaties, oppressive political scams in the Caribbean. No way, never rise, no way. God bless you, Grenada. May your freedom be blessed with longevity and prosper your economy. May He grant your leaders wisdom, endurance, and courage to go on. For your road will be long and rugged, many other problems to be confronted. God against corruption being defeated. May that rude awakening that early dawn be an example to tyrant in other land. No power, no weaponry can extinguish a people's will to be free. Stand up, Grenada! Stand up again, Grenadian! Don't let nobody come in and dictate your course of action. All of them who oppose your revolution are political bandits just like they're in their own island. Fight for your rights. Protect what you have. You fought a good fight. Protect what you have. Don't give in a single inch. Don't retreat, not even a pinch. Don't compromise your revolution. For those scandalous leaking oppressive political scams in the Caribbean. No way, never rise, no way.
Late in the evening there. So enjoy the rest of the day. Have a nice Sunday from Argentina. So,
Let justice and equality live on, live on. Let justice and equality live on. In 1951, the dictator comes in fighting freedom, and he kept everybody right behind him. When all we saw was Nigerian and somehow we formed their rights to be for them. Yet we could see, you really blind me. Yet the grandmother telling me that the same man make them no money. But what is that to repeat? Struggle for right. Struggle for freedom. Through struggle we overcome dictatorship, everlasting freedom. Let justice and equality live on, live on. Let justice and equality live on. I'm sure by now you know about the crisis in 74. The man was crazy, independent army. It was almost young and they run, government and gone down. And you should see, come in the city. And you know the man had the guts to tell the world that we had touched. But now you will see that we struggle for right. Struggle for freedom. Struggle we overcome dictatorship, everlasting freedom. Let justice and equality live on, live on. Let justice and equality live on. 495. History was made, and we know from now we will make the grade. We are proud and strong, we are free and brave, and we will fight on, even to the grave. Long live the people's revolution, on and on. Long live the people's revolution. Struggle for right. Struggle for freedom. Through struggle we overcome dictatorship, everlasting freedom. Let justice and equality live on.